Hello?
Hello? Tying up, yeah, we're live. I just tying up a couple of quick loose ends. I forgot to do. And we're good.
Cool. Hey, copy.
Hello, copy. Kitten. Feels weird not to say the whole name.
Does it?
For me, yeah, I always say the whole name.
I go the other way. I don't know why, but with people's names, sometimes I do the beginning and sometimes I do the end. Like if people have two names, like copy kitten, right? Like sometimes I'll say copy, sometimes I'll say kitten, and sometimes I'll say copy kitten. Most of the time, I say copy or copy kitten. The very few times I say kitten, it just feels weird. I'm like, I don't know why I said it like that. Because people, their names stick for me. Like when I choose one, like Sir Dan, for example, is just Dan to me. So like every time they come in,
important.
I don't know. Every time they come, I'm like, hey Dan, you know, I'm not like, hey Sir Dan. Like no, I don't do that. And it just like things stick for me, and I'm like, that's them.
I like to think that Sir Dan is a knight. Mrs. Sleep, the Asian guy.
See, like I'd say Shadow or Wolf sometimes. If I was reading that name.
Yeah, I would say Shadow Wolf. There are definitely some that I shorten.
Like Shadow Wolf, for example, I would do the full. That's what I mean, though. When they're a compound like that, a lot of the time I'll do the full name, sometimes the first, sometimes the last. But with a name like that, see, for me, there's like 3 ways to say it. So eventually, after having them come around enough, I'd like hit on one where like when they come in a lot, I might be like, hey, Shadow, or hey, Shadow Wolf, whatever, right? Unless they specify. If they're like, oh, I prefer to go by so-and-so, then I'll do that, obviously.
Hello, Touchdown Tom. And Cliff.
Ground
Obvious.
control to Major Tom?
Sure.
Is that the reference?
It's possible.
He's like, no, I just really like football.
Sometimes you do.
Could be.
Zeppelin has arrived. I hear shuffling in the kitchen. Oh, like a football, fair enough. Why is it emote only?
Wait, is it? It must have been already on.
Yeah, who? The devil?
Oh, yeah, it absolutely is. People are like...
Hold on.
There you go.
I didn't do that. I'm so sorry.
I thought you said that before the tree. Tom, thank goodness Tom had that emote ready to go, or we would have never known whether it was the football or the song.
No, I'm so sorry. I don't know who did that.
I didn't even notice that. I thought people were just being friendly, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone's got the high emotes and the love emotes and stuff. So I thought people were just being friendly like that. I didn't even notice.
Like I had forgotten that one, it didn't even register with me that I only saw emotes, and then I saw Eddie talk. Or no, I didn't. I didn't see anybody talk.
Nope.
I did
Only
see
Lily.
Eddie put an emote though, who does have the ability to talk through emote only though. So I thought it was just a thing. Oh, hello.
What'd you get?
It was like, wow, my chat was decent for once.
Chinese food. going.
Hi, Zeppelin.
Oh, thank you. Shae says hello.
Hi, Shae.
Emote only mode sometimes. Wongle wongle. Chat being decent. What platform you think you're on, Shae? Yeah, that's the topic, isn't it?
Right, I remember now. Yeah. Valid put that on to prevent people from fucking around when you're offline and getting you banned somehow. Because people, that's part of what we are going to talk about starting off.
That's so fucked up.
Yep.
That's a thing? Like, actually.
It's a thing. Yeah, people.
That one I didn't know about.
Yeah, I didn't know either until it was mentioned, but I saw it when I was out and about and forgot about it completely. But part of the hate raid thing that's happening. So, all right, first let's start at the beginning. For a while now, there's been this wave of bot attacks and hate raids on marginalized groups within the Twitch, like, overarching community. Part of that includes what Thalid was trying to prevent by putting the stream in emote mode before we started, while I was offline. And that's a tactic that they will use, is having a bunch of bots say terrible things in chat when you're offline and then report you for not moderating your chat.
Okay, I was just going to type this in your chat, but I'll just say it. Seems like it would be pretty obvious and easy for Twitch to recognize that, one, you're not online when this is going on, and that, two, following from that, you can't be expected to sit in your chat for 24 hours a day.
Yeah, it's an automated
You'd
system
think.
and it does not care. You'd think. And the worst part about it,
automated system does not care. Well, that seems to be a problem. The system is automated.
yeah, that's the whole thing. Because it's automated, they don't pay as much attention to it as they should. So people can go weeks without hearing anything back. And then even then, it's a fight.
The refrain is just going to constantly be Twitch do better.
Yeah.
Because, oh my fucking God.
Yeah. So what we, for those of you that are unaware, there's a pretty noteworthy Twitch boycott happening on this day, right now. A lot of creators have opted to take a day off Twitch, they're calling it, where they are not, they're just not using any of the services, and they're talking on other platforms about the issue and demanding that Twitch do better. I'm not going to participate in that boycott specifically. I'd rather use the time and the platform here to address it in the community on Twitch. That said, if you want to participate in whatever way you feel comfortable with, because ultimately it's about the same thing. I will say that to my understanding, at least now, initially I was under the impression that it was just a one-day thing. Apparently this is the beginning of multiple prongs of this attack. So hopefully it leads into a sort of combined effort on the whole that inspires some sort of hasty change. We do know that Twitch is working on something. We're kind of left twisting in the wind in the meantime, though. Tattoo, thank you for 6 months. I have alerts off, by the way. I rather have them muted. So if I miss anything, let me know.
Yeah, you had mentioned, I think you bring up a good point on talking about the issues of the platform on the platform. I'm also coming at it from, I guess, also an analytical, like, financial perspective. Some of this stuff you and I have talked about off stream already, but I'll just reiterate it here. But talking about the issues of the platform on the platform, while also essentially, if you do the day off Twitch, your subs probably aren't going to cancel their subs to you. And so you're not on Twitch that day, and Twitch doesn't have to pay for bandwidth that they would normally have to pay for. And again, we're bringing it around to like, this company understands money stuff, and almost exclusively, it would seem. So if you're not streaming and a bunch of people aren't streaming, they still get the revenue from your subscriptions and the people who sub to you, and yet they don't have to pay for bandwidth, and they don't have to pay for you to be on their platform. So they're making more from people not being there, unless it does bring about real change. But unfortunately, it seems like a lot of they just understand business and money, and that's basically it. So I would encourage people to also take their donations and stuff like that, do it directly with streamers.
Yeah, there's for a lot of like full-time creators, it's going to be difficult to remove yourself fully from the Twitch ecosystem, because that's where your base is. But yeah, there are ways to basically extract that income, that stream, and put it elsewhere through other like tipping platforms like Stream Elements. I know Stream Labs unveiled one yesterday, I think, or it might have been earlier today, where it's basically a subscription through them, a subscription like $5, but all of it goes to the streamer, and it's done through PayPal. The only fee is the PayPal fee, which is nice. Thank you, Bridge. I'll go through everything afterwards.
Yeah, and there's several platforms for it, whether that's Stream Elements direct donating. Coffee is a very popular one.
Yeah.
And has been sort of ramping up. I think they just came out with membership tiers a little while back, much like Patreon. Gilded, if anyone other than me uses that, has member stuff, and they take what, 2% as opposed to 6, 12, or 50.
Yeah.
I also want to make clear, although I was making a point coming at it from that perspective as well, the people who are using a day off Twitch and getting a hold of media and, you know, basically shining a light, that's good work too. I actually have preliminary data. There's an account. He's actually from Ontario, just like me. He's a Canadian, but he does Twitch news, and he has some preliminary metric data for a day off Twitch.
Okay.
And it looks like there are currently about 5,000 fewer streamers live right now than last week, and about 500,000 fewer viewers than last week. And going down from that, his name is Zach, I want to say Busey. And I follow his Twitter account. But yeah. Oh, hey! There we go. I'm getting follow botted literally as we speak.
Oh, good.
Follow.
Also, congratulations.
Follow.
And a baby girl. Let's see, am I also getting...
Follow.
So I need a tutorial in how to do the what is it called? The follow alerts for Stream Elements.
How to do what now? Sorry?
Rather, how to squelch them. Because I'm an idiot.
Follow?
Like when I first set those up.
Follow?
Do you just have constant like follow alerts currently?
Yeah.
I see. Well, you're gonna want to do that in your overlay editor. There's
Okay.
a way to just, it's basically a box that you check off for the things it includes.
For the things it includes.
Yeah, for your alert box, there should be multiple settings.
Oh, just in the settings, as in I can go and yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that, but is there any way if it's already... It's funny when people are doing it with like subs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think
Oh,
there's a
okay.
way to
I
do
think
it for-
unchecking it allowed me to stop that for a moment.
Oh, just in the activity feed? Or in your overlay?
Here, let me... Well, I was just trying to get it off stream, right? See, I can turn it off, but if I turn it on again, it's gonna go. Hey, that's okay, Claviers. Like, that's part of the reason we're here talking about stuff, right? Because, like, we're all learning ways to combat it and stuff like that. I was looking into things like this a few days before this stream, because Snake and I were talking about this, what is it, Monday, I guess, right? We were just playing some random aliens, and we were talking about this, and I was like, hey, what do you want to do for Wednesday? And, all that kind of stuff. Hey, Mr. Sleep, thank you legitimately for the follow.
Yeah, that's part of how part of the whole follow bot thing is to get them to appear on stream through the alerts, and they get streamers in trouble that way. There's also you would be able to explain this more in depth, Shae, the way the extension thing works and doxing.
Yeah, so there's a thing going around where a bot will follow you, and you go to click on them, or someone will follow you, and you know they're bad, so you go to click on them to pull up their profile to click the ban button. And by doing that, by clicking on their name that pulls their profile, it essentially launches like a malicious extension, and that extension can grab your IP.
Yeah.
So the Band-Aid solution was to ban them using the slash command, like /ban command in chat. But there's a very good person by the name of Commander Root, who some of you may have heard, and they use a good bot, but they're also just very good at what they do. They have a couple of tools, extensions for both Firefox and Chrome, and they're just called Disable Twitch extensions. And those extensions allow you to disable all Twitch extensions except the ones you allow, or just all Twitch extensions, period, so you won't be susceptible to that IP grabbing tactic. It's something they came out with. Can I start posting links?
Yeah.
Okay. The Commander Root, Firefox, and Twitch extensions are there. Just gonna give people resources. And that'll help with that one. There's another thing. There's a whole list of tools that Commander Root has, but some of the most important ones, or one of the most important ones, is this. It's the block list manager. So that one, and you can be assured, Commander Root is like a known good person. Your block list manager, you can load that up and go to add new blocks, and he has a block known bot accounts. You have to keep the tab open, and unfortunately, this is how widespread this is. Commander Root uses themselves a bot to go through people, and essentially they don't give too much insight. In fact, they used to work for Twitch, and they don't give too much insight into how they do it for obvious security reasons. Like then people would just know it. The bad actors would know. But Commander Root supplies a list. And it has currently, let me just click block known bot accounts. It has, on the block known bot accounts, there is like 450,000 accounts.
It's
and that takes a while to propagate. You have to leave the tab open doing it, but it's a way that you can quickly. Hey, I'm Fez. It's a way that you can quickly block bad known bot accounts. You can also use, if you have other lists or if you have other known bad sources, because there are several of these lists, by the way, that people curate and make of, you know, and some of them are just bots. Some of them are people who are just seem bigoted. Like they'll just go into accounts and do slurs and stuff like that. But that block list manager is a really good way to combat a lot of that stuff.
My danger sense is tingling.
Oh, me too. It's right up there, buddy. I see what you're seeing.
Yeah. Just
it's all good. I mean, at the end of the day,
it'll be taken care of.
It'll be taken care of, and I'm fine with it. So anyone worried about things like, you know, all the follow botting I just got and stuff like that, I'll handle it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. In terms of Twitch making a statement, yeah, they did say basically that we hear you and we're working on it, and that's really all they've said. But that it makes sense that that's all they've said, if only for the same reason that you cited with Commander Root, not wanting to give away his stuff. Like, they can't really say what exactly they're working on. They also haven't really given a time frame, though, and people are just, like I said earlier, twisting in the wind, having to deal with this day in and day out. So it's one of those things where, as a creator, you're at the whims of both the hate mongers, the hate raiders, and Twitch, it seems. And Twitch, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So it's just a waiting game at this point for us. But even so, because like these aren't fresh issues. Like, this has been happening for a while. So people are understandably, and I think validly annoyed, to put it lightly, at their inaction thus far. And not just for the not providing the tools, but for how they handle things like ban appeals when people get erroneously banned. That's sort of like having to wait months, like 2 months, just to hear back from Twitch about getting unbanned for someone intentionally false flagging your account.
Yeah, that's too long. And if the tool's going to be automated, like, that's the thing, isn't it? Where good people get automatically caught and they have to wait for so long and they feel helpless, but bad people just run amok. And I do appreciate the fact that, yes, it's obviously harder to nail people down that are doing this sort of thing, right? So there is something to be said for like you said, you can't say, here's exactly how we know that they're doing things and how we're going to combat it, because that'll let them know. And yes, you can't even really, like, we're working on it. I mean, again, you can't be like, we'll have this resolved by, you know, September 3rd. Like, you can't say that.
It's software and app development. You don't know.
Right. That said, I see a lot of people that aren't Twitch doing a lot of good that I've been posting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that just tools and you know, programming things and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, there are some things with Twitch where a Band-Aid fix won't work. Where if Twitch throws a Band-Aid fix on something like DMCAs and stuff like that, it's like, come on. You know? And yet this is one of those situations where it's like, please, a Band-Aid fix would be great. Like anything, just, you know, put some sort of something on it. And continue to do this work that you say you're doing.
Yeah.
But give people some sort of help and relief now, because the community's stepping up to do their job.
Yeah, I can see not from a dev side. Like, dev side, it has to be frustrating as hell because there are obviously quick fixes, like things people can make, things people can do to help slow the bleeding. But in order for Twitch to do that in official capacity, they have to integrate it into their own systems already. Like it has to be an official thing, and there's no easy way for them to do that. Like I say, they don't have to technically, but I would assume executives would want that because it hurts their brand if they don't, which is annoying in and of itself. Like I would be genuinely surprised if they ever acknowledge these third-party tools and say you can use these things, because it's people doing what Twitch has not done. And I think there's a reason they haven't done it yet, because they can't really integrate into their system immediately without it breaking something. They have so many different platforms. They operate on so many different platforms with so many different like tie-ins and different like third-party apps that connect to them across multiple ecosystems. So there's so many different moving parts. It makes sense to me that they can't push something out in a day or even use one of these temporary fixes, but I also don't see them promoting them because it hurts them. Exactly, Zero Nights.
Yeah, that's true. See, some nobody brings up a point too, though, right? Like, it hurts their brand more to do nothing, where, yes, maybe they want it to be all official with Twitch and this and that, but again, like, not even, basically just saying, we're working on it. Cool. But
yes, and like it definitely hurts. I can only imagine that it's a gamble they are more than willing to take. Just like what we talked about earlier, the cost to Twitch for something like staying off is, or for something like a day off Twitch, specifically that, when you look at numbers, is probably negligible.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about the general trust that erodes. It's not about, like, you know, on September 1st, they had 5% less traffic and people streaming and stuff, right? It's more just the overall, I suppose, call it goodwill, you know, the sentiment from people toward Twitch. I'm not going to argue that they care about it, because everything points to the fact that they don't.
Well, not even that. I don't think that they have much goodwill left to begin with. People have been on Twitch about various issues for a handful of years now.
See, but for me, I guess this is gonna stay with me.
All right.
This is gonna sound perhaps different. Like, I don't know how to say, but the fact that people can be on Twitch's case for years, or rather that things change based on people complaining to them and talking about it. You know, you used to have your own account manager and stuff like that, right? And just sorry, go ahead.
I wouldn't say account manager. I had a partner.
You
manager.
used to You used to have someone you could go to directly, and now you have a ticketing system. Yeah. And just in general, you know, essentially being able to complain about something and have eventually them do something, whether it's half-assed or not, instead of just getting a help article or instead of just getting a nothing, I would say is something. Twitch might not have always taken the best steps for things, but they do take some steps. And yet what we seem to be seeing more and more is them tightening up and just kind of streamlining, but in a bad way, if that makes sense, you know, like.
You know, I agree entirely. Like the human element is very much, it's a fraction of what it was.
So I'm not
even a few years ago. Yeah.
So to tie it into that point, I'm not necessarily saying Twitch has goodwill and, you know, this is harming it. I guess I'm more so saying it's just more. They've streamlined all this kind of stuff, right? And it's like, it's just one more thing that pushes people and pushes people, you know? It's something that pushes people to where they're like, all right. Because for all the people that complain, and even for, you know, the light we're, you know, trying to shine and a day off Twitch, all of this stuff, discussing it and everything, like, they're still here. And I mean, some of that is, you know, my income is tied to Twitch. But some people, like, you don't leave. And that's, to me, sorry, that's the only way. If we're so convinced, like, you know, this company is about the money and money talks, that's a lot of it. Okay, so what would actually cause them stress is if people left.
To where?
I mean, I don't want to turn this into, I don't know if that was rhetorical or not, because I don't want to turn this into like an actual me being like, well, YouTube's got stuff, or well, you know, that kind of stuff.
Like it was like half rhetorical, half not, because like, yeah, there are other platforms that exist, but none of them have the same, they're not as large, they're not as prominent, and they're not as popular. So convincing viewers, let alone creators, to jump ship to a different platform, that is a very tall ask. And I don't think a lot of people, like, I don't watch YouTube streams, and I don't really plan on it. But
let me tie this to the more general of what we were talking about just before we came live, which is the whole like diversification and that kind of stuff, right? Because you say where, and like, you know, people don't want to, and you're right, like a lot of big streamers, I'm talking like big streamers, right? When they left Twitch and they went to YouTube, their income went down, and some of that was because the viewership decreases. It does, because to your point, people don't watch the YouTube live right now. They don't want to do it, that kind of stuff, right? And that's fair enough. But if you are somebody who is unhappy with the Twitch platform and you're not doing it for it to be a career, if you're a hobbyist, if you're someone who's like, oh yeah, you know, like I make $100 every couple months and that buys me a Steam game or two or whatever, right? If you're someone like that, but you're unhappy with Twitch, then it shouldn't matter horribly much to you. Like if you legitimately want to hurt them or do something and you leave for, you know, YouTube, it really shouldn't matter. And if you are somebody who relies wholly on Twitch aside, like Twitch being that you don't agree with their platform or what they're doing completely aside, it's probably bad to begin with that your entire income is reliant on one platform or one stream. So for me, I'm arguing that in both of those scenarios, you should do what you can to get away from that sort of thing. And it's a bigger problem, I suppose, for people who do make it their entire income. I told you this before stream started. We saw that with like OnlyFans. They pulled out the rug from all of those creators. And the people who were 100% reliant on OnlyFans for all of their income, you literally got fired, basically. You were at a job and you got fired from it. And you couldn't do anything. Now, they were outraged. They tried to walk it back. But, I mean, the damage is done for a lot of those people. People stopped subbing, that kind of thing. So, to me, it's just like, you know, it's... I agree with you that it's difficult. It's very easy to say, you know, like, go somewhere else. But it's not even just go somewhere else. It's try to look for ways and try to do things that diversify your income such that if someone comes to you one day and says, hey, I'm going to stab you, you know what I mean? Like, you're not just screwed.
Yeah, diversifying your income is definitely a step that I think everybody should take, myself included. Like having all of my, 3/4 of my income came from late night.
Right.
That was gone overnight. So like it is it's very, very apparent to me that some sort of diversification is necessary just as a means to protect myself. I've been trying to do that. Like, it's something that everybody should do, just period, in everything. And we talked about that off stream. Just like in all aspects, that's really something you should what?
And sorry, I never said, I said that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Cage, that was not a bot.
Yeah, that person I was leery about because I didn't know what they were coming to say. But yeah. I totally understand the trigger finger though.
Yeah. I get it.
Hey, Zita. Yeah, not a streamer, but this is a great conversation. Yeah. Everyone's welcome to check it out. No problem, Fez. We're like, understandably, yeah, we're talking about like, you know, serious things. We're talking about hate rate stuff. I mean, I literally just got a bunch of follow bots that I'll deal with later. So people are just leery, right? That like, you know, someone comes in for the first time and like if they, you know, they're wondering about posting a link or that kind of stuff. Yeah, you were just mistaken for a bot.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine.
Anyone who fucks around is gonna find out. Let's put it that way. But for the people who like, you know, we just don't know you yet or this or that, understandably mods and stuff are a little leery of like, oh, it's this person gonna, you know, especially if they're like, yo, can I share something? Because like the next word could be chicken butt, right? Like,
yeah, but even before all of this, there, like before the wave of hate raids, yeah, there existed multiple. We get them every now and then, the both of us. Tell Leo, you got one during Dragon's Breath. The accounts, the bot accounts, hey, you want to buy follows? Get famous today. Like, there are tools out there for people to just make these accounts, and that's what they're using. Yeah.
And sorry, I feel this is important to say when I was mentioning about the diversification and that kind of stuff. I said it before the stream, but I want to say it now live. That also obviously is not a tomorrow fix. Yeah. And Clavier's just said it too. You need energy in the content variety in order to diversify. Like some people, you know, their stuff works better on different platforms and that kind of thing, right? Like me saying that isn't something where it's like, oh, I'll make that change tomorrow and everything will be great. It's like, it takes commitment and a long time to build up diversified income streams. Like, it takes a long time to do that if you're investing, if you're in anything in life, for the most part. So I just wanted to make that clear. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. Where, you know, obviously everything we're talking about, I hope that people take it as, you know, some of this stuff may not apply to you, or you might have to work it to fit, or that kind of thing, right? It's not a blanket statement like, you know, just fucking leave and stream on OnlyFans and everything will be 100% fine. Like, obviously not. But I trust people to kind of suss that out.
It's...
Thanks, Dark Rose.
Like, to say it's a complicated issue, I think would be underselling it immensely. Because there are so many different moving parts to every single stream, like every single creator that wants to do, like anybody who wants to do this as a full-fledged business, they have to consider so much, and not even just where their income is coming from, but what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. And like everything else is based around that. So you can't really give any sort of blanket statements. That's not what we're trying to do. Companies are not yet. That's a major thing. And like, we all know it, but it also...
What?
that companies are not
companies
your
are
friends.
not your friends. Oh fuck yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, we all know. We're all cynical people who are on Twitch right now. We know. Like, or at the very least, we've seen enough of it to, if we're not cynics, we are at least aware of the fact that companies screw you over, whether or not you feel like that, like nobody's happy about it. No one wants to see it. You can hope for the better, but you kind of have to deal with what you have. And what we have is companies that are mostly out to make money, predominantly out to make money. And we're just part of how they do that.
Yeah, the other thing to oh, there's some more follow bots. You know what? I'm just gonna get Commander Root's tool going as we're talking. I'm just gonna start running that, all 450,000 of them as we talk. Yeah, the other thing is it's a still growing industry.
What
you
happened?
know?
Am I getting hit?
I
I
just got hit.
Yeah, I'm getting hit.
Oh, are you?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Ow.
Go to the tool that I linked. Hey, folks! Mods are on standby. You will be fucked to the fullest extent of, I don't know, my sphere here.
The audio's fine. I'm just gonna do this. In theory, that should not. Let me know if it's better now.
But yeah, sorry. What I was mentioning was it's a still growing industry. Content creation, that is. Like, we were talking about people either diversifying, or you said something like it's different for each creator and that kind of stuff. And like, it's totally true, because it's not one thing. It's an entire industry of people figuring things out.
Yeah. Also, as a quick reminder, if you go to ban somebody, moderators, you can click the thing next to their name and never open up their like their user profile panel thing.
Oh yeah, I've got that as a chat filter though, Rock. That's a thing that I can do if I want. Yeah, you can do the /ban. And again, for people coming in, Commander Root has good extensions that'll disable those malicious Twitch extensions and only enable the Twitch extensions you want. So
I do not know about the right click thing. The mod buttons are, I'm fairly certain those are fine, but I'm not going to say with 100% confidence. So it may be better to just do /ban just to be safe. Caged, you're the one who I saw talking about the Streamlabs thing. Do you have a link to that? Because I saw it when I was not home.
sounds good, Rock.
It's Discord's problem. Yeah, it's Shae, you mentioned before we started that your guild had got hit by bots.
Oh yeah, I've got an actual, like, I guess decently sized, because obviously Gilded isn't nearly as big as Discord. I've got like 117 people on my Gilded, something like that, and I guess that's large enough that someone decided to fuck around, or maybe they were just hitting random. I don't know. But yeah, my Gilded just had a bunch of bots join it, And so, of course, the welcome message where it's like, welcome so-and-so to the, like, it just went off a bunch of times. Because I've been so involved in Gilded and stuff like that, I've got a couple staff in my DMs. So I just messaged one of them. I was like, hey, this is happening with the bots. And they caught it like 2 minutes after, like my mom, Annika noticed it like 2 minutes after it happened. And like people were messaging, like Rock messaged, and he's like, hey, 911. And so the staff member came and was just like, oh yeah, our engineer just saw that, like, is literally in the midst of deleting all of those accounts as we speak. So just give it a second, and all the accounts were deleted. And then they showed me a quick way to clean up all the clutter, let's call it, and that's it.
How exactly does this? Walk me through this Twitch tools thing.
The Commander root one?
Yeah.
So you go to the block list, right?
Sure.
Block list manager, and then you go to add new blocks. Well, sorry. First you have to authorize it.
Known by, okay, yeah, there it is.
Yeah. First you got to authorize it, which again, like don't do this to random extensions you don't know. But in this case, Commander root is a known good entity, and only ask for, like on the block list manager, it shows you, it's like, oh, do you want to authorize it to view your Twitch block list and add and remove things from your Twitch block list? Because obviously the tool needs those permissions to do its job. And then, yeah, anyone listening, you just hit add new blocks, and there should be like a add list of known bot accounts, and it's like 450,000 names of just known bad bots that are used for things like follow botting and crap like that.
Thanks for pointing that out, Fez. I'm trying to fix that now. Hold on. Try. Okay, there it should be done.
What are the consequences of bot follows? So there's a number of things. I mean, just on its own, like, the reason a lot of the bot follows are a thing is because then they can get around, like, follower-only chat. They can get around certain restrictions that you can set up, right? On top of that, I don't know if it's still a problem, but we were just talking about, like, people getting an auto ban system by Twitch, you know, when you weren't in, like, things like that. If you leave follow bots, because some people will pay for followers, right? They'll pay for followers, and it's just a bunch of bots that will follow you and make you look bigger than you are. So if someone follow bots you, and that continue, like, you don't do anything about it, and suddenly you've got, you know, 50,000 followers or whatever, when you've really only got 1,000 organic followers, Twitch is going to view that like, okay, why is this person, like, this is fake? And they don't know if you've paid for it or not. So they will take action against your account. Because obviously, sorry, go ahead.
No, just let me know if things are broken again on the podcast screen. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. It's just like, you know, obviously buying followers and buying stuff to get you up in numbers is against, like, legitimately against the terms of service. So, but again, Twitch can't, like, message you, yo, did you pay for those? Are you trying to fuck around? What are you doing, man? Like, so someone who just has a bunch of followers they're not supposed to, and it is like that for, you know, X amount of time, they can take action against you. Yeah, that's fine, C7. I'll handle that. And in fact, once this list gets done, adding all 450,000 accounts, it might... And that's the other thing about this list. You can add your own as well. like there's the button you can click that just says add known bot accounts, but there are several lists that I'm aware of. You posted one yourself, C7, of known bad accounts and bot accounts and stuff. So you can go and copy paste it into this tool, one line per name, and it'll just do it automatically for you.
Okay. We should be good now.
What did you do?
I just edited my overlay and made sure that follows didn't pop up again, and also disabled the. It apparently plays emotes whenever somebody follows on my podcast thing, and that just lagged the stream because of all the. Yeah.
Gotcha. Also, the issue is new accounts get made every day. You're correct, C7. So this is where it's the cat and mouse game, and where, you know, that's why this list that I show people, it's 450,000 accounts long and growing. And this is also why I understand that Twitch, it does take time to. It's not something that you can just say, oh yeah, all right, we'll press this button. You know, and it's not something they can fix overnight, but it is something they should be working on, like, and letting people know. And if they need a temporary Band-Aid fix like this, then they should be, at the very least, encouraging that, if not being like, hey, this is our Band-Aid fixed. Your C. Hi there. Not a bot, but a Leafs fan. So just as bad. You must have seen my Canadian thing. Hey, I'm a Leafs fan too. You're see, my nan, she's passed away now, but my nan was a diehard Leafs fan, and I really wanted to see them win the cup before she passed again. Like, I wanted to see them win it again. So the day the Leafs win the cup, like 30-42 when they win the cup, I'll be like, we did it, Nan! We finally did it!
Yeah, there are more Canadians on Shae's side of the whatever beanbag chair.
Yeah. I just seem to foster that. I mean, it's funny. Like, I have only recently, because Twitch added a bunch of those tags, I've only recently started putting Canadian or Canada in as my tag. But even before that, I don't like super like advertise it, but it's just like attract like people. I imagine your nan sounds exactly like that. No, that was me in the year 3042 when we come up with a way to make people live that long and the Leafs win. That was old man Shae. Yeah. 3042, that's optimistic. Listen, I'm not gonna hijack this discussion about Leaf stuff. They'll win it. It's done. Go ahead, Snake.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something we haven't. Yeah, we talked a bit about just other ways you can support creators.
Yeah.
And creators, how you can set up things to support yourselves. Like, there are different ways, like Patreon, Coffee, etc. I would recommend using. Well, I'm probably going to start migrating to other things and adding my emotes to something like BTTV or something.
Right.
I've never really been a fan of subscriber-only perks to begin with, just as a thing. Well, I'm probably the worst when it comes to like gaming the Twitch system and being just I hate all of that stuff. But my point with that is I want you all to get something back for putting something, if that makes sense. Like, that's what the emotes are for. So I want those to be available still, but I also don't really.
You want to get away from being reliant on stuff.
Yeah.
And it's you being like, oh, I want people to get back for. I mean, it's just value, and it's one, value, but two, it's the culture. Like Twitch has done a fantastic job of building up the culture around like emotes, and like literally people have whole channels just to be like, yeah, this is just so I can have more emotes because everyone likes my emotes.
Looking at you, Baru.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't say but yes. So that's the thing, right? It's like there is a culture around it. But I mean, good on you for thinking of ways like that. That's the thing, right? If people are willing, but it does require some work on people's part. Like you can't just activate it yourself. Like they have to go and get the BTTV extension. Similar to what we were talking about diversifying and things like YouTube, right? You're like, I don't watch YouTube live streams. It's like, yeah, you're asking people to take that step with you.
Yeah. So it's the same like Discord and Gilded. Like it's such a big ask, even for people who aren't really who aren't invested monetarily, who just people who use the platform to watch things.
Yeah, and some of it's a scale. Some of it's a scale, right? Like asking someone to download an extension once to enjoy your emotes forever is a little different from being like, hey, every time I'm live from now on, can you go to the YouTube site instead of the Twitch site? And especially if they're not used to that. If they have like, let's say 5 streamers that they watch total and all of them are on Twitch, and then you say, oh, but for mine though, go to YouTube. Like, but that's the nature of these things, right? Like we all used to be on MSN Messenger and now nobody, like people change and flow and sometimes, and some people are more willing to do those actions and some people aren't, right? Some people are like, oh, I'll just stick with Discord. And other people are like, oh, a new app? Sure, I'll toss it on, whatever. I'll hang out there.
Yeah,
and some get influenced. Sorry, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean some people are like, no, I don't want to go on the new thing unless everyone else is doing it. And again, that's not a negative thing. It's literally just the convenience of like, oh, but I'm now only going to like YouTube Live to look at you. If everyone was on it and now you're the only person left on Twitch, it kind of swings the other way, doesn't it?
Yeah. But it's such a nebulous thing, like why people make those switches historically. Like going from the big 3 messengers, AIM, Yahoo, MSN, to something like Skype. People did that because of the functionality that Skype offered. Then Skype to Discord, same thing. And like there's like, that's not the only reason, I'm sure, for some people, but that was a big part of it. But that there's still more than just that reason. And like, you can't really pin down what it is. So I don't know what it's going to take for people if they ever do make a switch elsewhere, but it's such a tall ask to.
And there's a million reasons, right? Like, sorry, just for a bit of lightness, I'm going to read this before I go into it. Who wants to add me on MSN Messenger and abandon Twitch is what Annika says. Fucking let's do it.
I'm still stuck on Jeer's AIM integrated pager.
I need to figure something out. Let's ask Jeeves.
God.
But
Vista?
Yeah. But no, oh, see, there's a direct support right there. Dan just tipped $5. Thanks, Dan. Dan is very kind. Dan sent me some D&D Magic cards recently, and they're really cool.
Dan is a good knight. Sir Dan is a good knight.
There you go.
But
back to your thing though about like, because that's, people do it for a variety of reasons, and sometimes it's the feature set is just better. They go somewhere because they see a thing and they're like, oh, that's fucking way better than what I'm currently doing. Let's do that. Other times it is the sentiment, right? Like everyone shifts and it's like, okay, well, everyone's on that now, so I'm going to do it. Sometimes a place is either goes bankrupt, shuts down, or drops the ball so hard. Like we were talking a little earlier about Twitch stuff, right? And I think I said, it's like, it's the goodwill, not in the sense that people love Twitch, but just it's one more thing, and it's one more thing, and it's one more thing. And it's like, at some point, it is the whole breaking the camel's back, right? Like at some point, people are just like, all right. And I would say, and today is an interesting day for it because you saw the announcements for Tim the Tatman and Lupo and everything.
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah. Where it's like,
I caught that briefly through, I guess people just call him Lance. I forget the,
they're YouTube exclusive now.
Yeah.
So YouTube's making big plays. They're grabbing people, and they're also adding a bunch of stuff. Like they have things in their live that they didn't have 6 months ago. And I would argue they're still not even done. Like there are still things that people are requesting for YouTube Live that haven't been implemented yet. But I'll say it's a hell of a lot easier to implement some new features than it is to win back community trust.
Yeah, that's true.
So I guess that's the thing where it's just like one more thing. At what point do people go, all right, I'm just going to give this a go? What is YouTube Live about? Teach me that. Show me that. Or whatever. I keep referencing YouTube Live not because it's just the one that I know, right?
Yeah,
and it's the one that's kind of in they're making plays and like people are going over to them and like.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say it's shifting, but slightly. It's definitely a question of what's going to be the last straw, but that's not exactly a question that we can answer.
And it might not even be that, like because it's made up of so many people, right?
Yeah.
A bunch of people. Some people have already hit their last straw. They're gone. So
it's for there to be a Twitch exodus, I think there needs to be a combination of last straw, which this may be it, and not just comparable features, but like eclipsing features on whatever platform they move to. For it to happen en masse, I think. Because I don't use large creators moving over as a metric because they're large creators and they can get away with it.
yeah, I mean, we only have to look at Mixer to see that.
Yeah.
Like Mixer, quote unquote, made a couple of plays, but then they just didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Like you can take money and pay for people, secure exclusivity contracts, and that that will influence some people. I mean, some people will try YouTube Live or get accustomed to YouTube Live for the first time because they love the hell out of Tim the Tatman and they want to see him live. Period. Like they'll go and they'll go, okay, I at least have to figure out like how do I chat? How do I support him over here, right? But it like to your point, it doesn't necessarily. It's not on its own going to kill the platform or do that kind of thing.
Pay to play sort of system where they need an acceptable. I don't. That to me would be a nail in the coffin for the platform. Like I get the intention behind it, but
I think there'd be too much backlash.
There would be too much backlash, and they would lose a good chunk of their base, like the people who use the platform, because it's like there are like so many different age ranges that use Twitch. Not all of them have valid payment plans, and not all of them can get it. And I don't really think it should be needed either.
Yeah, I don't think that's the solution. I get where you're coming from though. I do also want to. I'm gonna toss another link. I'm just peppering these throughout the evening, but if you're the kind of person who looks at petitions and stuff like that, there is a change.org petition for Twitch Do Better, and it is there. It has 17,000 signatures. And apparently the website tells me at 25,000 it becomes one of the top signed on Change. I imagine that the people who are working to get this stuff, you know, shine a light, get articles written in the media about it, all that kind of thing, are probably leveraging this petition and the amount of signatures.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like it's definitely a pretty hefty talking point in the whole conversation, I think. 'Cause that's not a small amount of people.
Just want to say thank you, Shae, for making me aware of anti-fatigue mat. No problem, Letty. How did I do that? Do I have an anti-fatigue? What?
I remember you mentioning something like this.
Did I?
Maybe.
I mentioned an anti-fatigue mat? Cool.
I don't know when.
Oh, grabbing it from the kitchen. Oh, like the kitchen mats that you just put them down and like when you're doing dishes and stuff, you stand on them and they... Yeah, they're really good for your back. Like if you're doing the same monotonous thing, like if you're washing dishes or like emptying things, like whatever it is, preparing something that takes a long time in the kitchen. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking about like stream stuff. I was like, do I use an anti-fatigue mat in my stream setup? What? You meant the kitchen? Yeah. I've mentioned that before. No problem. I'm glad it helped.
Yeah. Couple things. First, Twitch has said that they are working on it. Whatever that, like, we don't know specifics, but they have said, like, they have acknowledged at the very least, Willow. Like that was, they tweeted about it. They may have made a blog post. I don't know. I don't remember seeing an email about it, but I could have just missed it. But at the very least, they have made a statement via Twitter that they are working on it, which is nothing in terms of acknowledgement, but it still doesn't really give us anything at the moment. And also, Clavier's, I'm a bitter old man. Like I've been a bitter old man for years.
Sounds like it too.
Yeah. But part of why I wanted to do this with you, Shae, is so you could sort of balance that out. But yeah, because you are less cynical than I am. But
wow, thanks.
Yeah, take it as a compliment. But
you were doing pretty good for a while there, Zedev.
Oh.
Kind of just seemed rude, though.
Yeah. But I say that to say that, like, the cynicism is understandable, given everything, like, over how of the past like, it's a tale as old as time. Corporations just beating down consumers with their policies and their business operations and all of that. But it's definitely magnified by how much we rely on them now. Especially in like the pandemic situation. Everything is much more apparent and much more visceral. That said, part of what, at least for me, part of what helps with that is community. Twitch is one of those things where it's not exactly unique because this is kind of how the internet works, but in terms of companies, Twitch really only functions based on its community. I only function based on my community. Like you all are how I make a living.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100% accurate. I care not at all about Twitch as the platform so much as I care about the people who are on it. I had someone last night who I had asked a couple of questions relating to that kind of stuff, like just community and that kind of thing. And they had mentioned that one of the big draws of my stream and yours as well, I would say, Snake, is the community that makes it up. That it's a place where people are level-headed, they make other people feel welcome, you know, and that kind of thing. And that's facilitated through Twitch. But that's what I'm here for. It's the people who make it up, because like I can play video games on my own. You know, like I'm not here just to play my video games, you know. I love talking with people and getting to know their stuff and seeing what they're all about. And like you and I play on Wednesday, and sometimes we play games that require focus and attention, and like I like it and I'm enjoying my time playing with you, but on the same hand I'm also like, oh no, I'm so focused on this, like I'm missing so much that people are talking about and like asking and all this stuff, right?
It's and it's such a so I'm trying to get a grasp for what's going on in your neck of the woods. Weird stuff.
Yeah, I don't really know what point this person's trying to make. Like we've kind of been there as well. Like, yes, a lot of this kind of thing comes down to money. We were just saying earlier how a lot of the time, like, you can't even really... You can't make Twitch understand without making a money question. And yeah, I'm sure a lot of this hate raid stuff, like, it's hateful, and I'm sure people revel in that. But if people are facilitating the hate raids through, like, hey, anyone with, you know, a credit card or mom's credit card or whatever can buy X amount of bots for X dollars, like, of course people are making money off the backs of misery. They always do, and it sucks ass.
Take care, Willow. Yeah, I've been doing my best to not focus on the thing that we all know, and like the corporation bad aspect, because that's...
The conversation is kind of just like, hey guys, corporations bad, corporations not have best interests at heart lots of time, and then everyone goes, yes. And that's kind of that. Like,
yeah, we're there, we know. So the conversation, I think, the focus, not even just the conversation, but the focus should be on supporting and building those communities.
see, you say that, Zdeath, but I think a lot of the time, like, if it wasn't also about hate, you could do anything. You could ruin people's streams by just going in and doing the follow bot, or just being like, yo, you know, like spamming that message. You don't have to spam hate. You don't have to be a big piece of shit while you're doing it.
Yeah,
but they still choose to do that.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can say that people coming in with like full Nazi flag profile pictures and various awful slur usernames, and saying, like, getting around chat filters using different like letters from different languages isn't about spreading hate. Like, I don't see how that's about money.
I think the point this person is trying to make is a lot of this stuff, like, is facilitated through money, like, in the sense that it's not as if everyone who wants to do these raids is like coding their own shit. You know what I mean? Like, some of this stuff, they're just going and they're paying for programs that allow them to do these kinds of things. And it's like, okay, yeah, so people are making money on the backs of this kind of thing. Sure. But again, the point I was trying to make was, so then you don't have to then use those bots and go in and flood things with like hateful, like you said, like Nazi stuff, slurs, terms like that. Like, you can ruin someone's day without any of that.
Yeah,
so it's something where it's like, I don't think that really. I'm a little confused, Edith. I don't see your point there. I don't see how anything's being blamed, but anyway.
I think the thing that makes this uniquely upsetting versus all the other corporations or greedy stuff is that for many people, the allure of making money off a unique passion-based media job is the false idea that they won't be at the whim of a big corp doesn't care. I get that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Because for a lot of people, because it's kind of tied, isn't it? You know, like for a lot of people, they are able to have a passion-based media job that although tied, it does enable to do like they have been able to achieve their, you know, their ultimate dreams and goals and all of that kind of stuff, right? But at the same time, like yes, if you're on Twitch and that's your sole thing and like that's your passion and everything, you do like cooking streams or whatever it is and you're big and it pays your bills and everything. If Twitch shut down tomorrow, you'd be out of your passion-based job. Like you might be able to get in touch with your followers and say like, hey, I'm going to move to this, or like, we're going to find something to make this work. But yeah, you're still kind of tied, aren't you?
Yeah. Twitch has built its entire brand around not being corporate and wanting to be. Like that was it maybe 4 years ago, but it has drastically shifted very quickly. Also, for those of you who have done various things, thank you. I have alerts muted and I intend to address everything like after we're done having the conversation. But it's like, all right, I'm gonna move out of my parents' place, except the only thing I can really do is get an apartment where I will be subject to a landlord who is shitty. It's the same kind of rug out from under you thing where you just sort of the illusion of freedom. And I can understand that frustration. Because like I had a degree. I was basically at the end of a chain with the late night stuff. Like I was technically, like I am technically self-employed, but I was also technically a contractor for Cry because he paid me, Twitch paid him. Now it's Twitch pays me. Or like whatever other platforms that I get income from.
Well, and that's exactly it, right? Like the whole Cry thing, when that went away, like you said, that was a chunk of your income, but that's kind of the point, right? Like that was not 100% of your income. And although technically both of you were through Twitch, like, but Cry was paying you, right? So it's like that's my point. That is some diversification of income. And
my
sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
My point with that was that I like it. It's diversification, yes, but I was never truly self-employed, if that makes sense. It's just one of those things where it's on paper I am, but I'm ultimately at the whims of someone else. Whether that be a person who, like, basically a middle person between myself and Twitch, or Twitch directly.
Right.
And there's not really getting around that these days unless you like even if you want to be successful in writing, you have to. There's self-publishing now, sure. You can do ebooks and then push them out on like Amazon or whatever platform. But from there, you still kind of need some sort of marketing. which it's so much harder to do things purely on your own than signing on with somebody who can facilitate it better.
Wow.
Like, it's not as if, go ahead.
No, I please finish.
Like, this isn't true for every field, but for a lot of them, businesses spring up around making those things easier for people to do, like making their hobbies more accessible, or I guess commercially viable.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because it's like, you're right, like doing your own thing and making yourself wholly only reliable to you, it's hard work. Yeah. It's not something that happens. That's why I wanted to preface my other thing and be like, oh, that, you know, obviously this is a long-term solution to diversify. And it's tough. I would say, though, that the people that I've seen, and I'm going to use the OnlyFans example, the people that I've seen that were least affected by that were the people who had put in that work, or I guess recognized early, I can't be reliant like this, and we're able to do something about it. People, right, like we're suggesting tonight, oh, you know, like support them, your favorite streamers directly by tipping and donating, that kind of stuff, right? And I've seen more and more people now, like they have their own sites or like an email list or that kind of thing, because they can talk directly to their community without a platform as a middleman. And in the OnlyFans space, there was someone who, again, she had a website, she sold merch, you know, calendars and mugs and stuff like that. And again, and you can imagine, for an OnlyFans creator in the adult content industry, like, it wasn't like, you know, I sell a mug every month, you know, like they had photo shoot calendars that they planned well in advance that would sell out like crazy. You know, things like that. They had their OnlyFans, they had their website with their own like exclusive stuff, you know? Like I don't know that it's this relevant anymore, but like Snapchat was a thing, right? Where you could have like exclusive, you know, kind of stuff. And I guess the argument can be made, like, all of these, you know, if you're on, like, let's say, OnlyFans and Snapchat or and that kind of stuff, it's like, yeah, there's still companies that you're tying yourselves to, but you then have that many of them that if one screws you over, or you don't like or agree with something one of the platforms does, instead of 100% of your passion going away, or perhaps your livelihood, maybe only 30% of it goes away.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's it's just tough. Requires a lot of planning. It also, I'm trying to remember exactly and definitely don't go into this if you'd rather not, but the specifics of your business, because you're basically self-made, yeah?
Yes, sorry. I was just dealing with that Zeta thing, although yeah, Annika sniped me.
I was going to ask if I could just do it, but
yeah, they did. They just pushed it too far. I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but like, nah.
Yeah. I'll Ranger.
There he is, like a whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay. To continue the conversation, yes, like I started an IT business, what would it have been, like 8 or 9 years ago now? And it was a small, I I was worried about that because my pop, you know, he was a very traditional, like, you know, go to university, get degree, get good job with pension, everything is fine, you know? And I get where he was coming from. Like he left home at 13 and worked hard all of his life at just jobs, you know, and had to carve it out for himself. So I understand he wanted that, but it was also like it was hard to explain to an older man like him, like, hey, that's not really how the world's going. Like that's not like pension. That's not really a thing for most people now, you know, and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I was worried about what he would think if I dropped out of school to focus on this little business that I had made. During the summer, I got into a program that it was literally called Summer Company. And it was like, create your own company over the summer. They give you resources and like training and help and like a mentor that you can bounce ideas off of and stuff. And I did that with it because I'd known something about computers. So I kind of did that and started out like most, I guess, IT people do with that, like just cleaning off viruses off people's computers, plugging in printers for little old ladies, stuff like that. Sorry, did you just want me to go into things or did you have a question?
No, I was really just giving you the floor to just talk about how that came about, because you're kind of you're an exception to the general rule of when it comes to doing things like making a business, you don't really have to rely too much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have to rely too much on other platforms, at least not heavily.
No, like a lot of what I did, and I mean, it was in a small town too, right? So there was that advantage. I could just do really good, reliable work, and it was a small town. People talk. And in fact, yes, I was the exception in the sense that in my town, I found one of the best. Well, first of all, word of mouth is king. I don't care what anyone, like when you're growing your business, you do good, reliable work for people. And they will, and whether it's high tech stuff like leaving you Google reviews that people check on their cell phones, or just being like, ah, yeah, I know a guy, Bill, I'll give him your number. It was so good for my business. I handed people I did good work for them. And then at the end, after it was done and they were happy and they'd paid me, I handed them 3 business cards. And I would say to them, hey, 1 for you and 2 for friends if you can pass my name around. And if you do good work for people, they're happy to do that for you. So no, I wasn't really reliant on people, I guess, other than myself. Although I will say to our conversation, tying it in, the whole diversification thing, I started out just doing, like I said, like fixes like that for people, right? Where it was like, sure, I'll reload Windows because you've went to a bunch of questionable websites and totally bronkled things, you know? But that's a continuous, you're reliant on, to tie it in, you're reliant on people's machines breaking. You know, you're reliant on a constant stream of people going to bad porn sites to keep your bills being paid, you know?
What I'm hearing is that you missed out on a perfect opportunity to be that person who breaks them.
You know, people said that to me just for fun. Like, they were just like, oh, why do people do this virus stuff? And, you know, that kind of thing. And I said, well, money, like, it's very profitable to scam one person out of $2,000 because they don't know computers, right? And they were like, oh, that's true. But couldn't you just scam me? I'm like, sure, like, just the same as a mechanic could, you know, fix something on your car and untighten a couple bolts in the process and be like, oh, they'll be back in a month. I said, I try and just be a decent person and don't do shitty things like that, right? But still, you diversify out into, okay, you know, I'm in a small town and I'm fixing things up for people. And at some point, I'm going to fix a bunch of machines and hopefully people won't break them every week, right? So it's like, oh, well, what else can I do? Back to school was a big thing that I saw where, like, in my small town, their kids would go off to colleges and universities. So they'd need a really good computer. So I'd say, okay, well, I can get the computers. I can sell them the computer. I can set them up for the son or daughter if they'd like. You know, I can make sure that it's good to go for university so that day one, they don't have to worry about that stuff. So I started selling hardware. And then I thought, oh, well, I could do other businesses, small businesses that don't want to hire an IT guy full time. They don't want an IT in-house employee because 90% of the time he's just going to be sitting there doing nothing, right? But they don't want to pick up the phone book, or they don't want to look on Google every single time they need a computer guy. So I could go in and have agreements with these businesses where it's like, yeah, you pay me X amount a month, and if you have an issue, you call me. I make sure your protections are up to date. I make sure your updates are going. I make sure your backups are running smoothly, and you don't have to worry about any of that. And emotionally, it also hit a target, right? Because I'd say, you're a business owner. You just want to run your business. You hate computers, right? And almost universally, the answer was yes. I don't like when these stupid things don't do the thing that I want them to do. I'd say, great, hire me. I'll make sure they do the things you want them to do. And you have a reliable expense. You pay me X amount every month. You're taken care of as a business. So that was my diversification, where if I had fixed every little old lady's printer in the town, I would still be able to pay my bills. If everyone went off to college, I'd still be able to pay my bills. If all of the businesses in town closed down, I'd still be, it was just that, where I'm still in the same industry, but I was able to find ways to make myself not reliant on one stream.
Yeah.
I feel awkward because I'm like talking a lot about myself and like I did want to try and tie it into what, the greater conversation we're having.
Yeah, that's like that entire setup sort of leads me to the idea of we don't really, or rather the thought of we don't really have that sort of freelance story for streamers or content creators. Streamers don't stream from their own. They have to use a service like Twitch. There's no real easy way for that. You can do it. You can set up streams for people. Like you can do a VLC, for instance, stream, capture whatever it is and pipe it to a program that someone can connect to. There are ways to do it, but it's not exactly easy to do, and it's not exactly popular. If there was an easier way to do that, I think we would have sort of something as easy as making a website, like with Squarespace or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. How you have all these templates and these ways to go about it, and you just get something up. We're not there for streaming it, and I think we need to be in order for creators to be wholly secure. But as it stands, all we can really do is put our fingers in as many pies as possible.
Yeah, and I almost think that's two separate topics, right? Because again, and like with my story, right? It's like, if there was an easy way to do that for XYZ server, so this many amounts of services, one would still be typically more popular than the other, right? Like, we kind of already have that with a number of different streaming services.
I'm not that's not quite the same as what I'm...
You're just talking about what? People being able to agnostically not use a service, period? Like just being able to be like, go live by clicking these tech buttons, and instead of it going through like Twitch or YouTube or anything, you would just be live?
Something like that, yeah. Like there's always going to be someone or some company in the, like ISPs are a thing. Can't really get around that. Right. Good, you can't. But there's always got to be something in the middle. We're not at the point where we can minimize that middle entity, make it as transparent as possible, as inobtrusive as possible. I'd very much like to get there, but we're not there yet. I don't know if we ever will, because of the way that this industry is set up. Like so much of it, it goes beyond Twitch. It dips into gaming. It dips into film, TV, just ads in general. There's so much that feeds off of Twitch, and so much that Twitch feeds off of that, or like streaming, and just so much that streaming demands so much that is demanded of streaming services that it's going to be hard to really break away from that. So as it stands, we kind of have to take it upon ourselves to to protect ourselves, because we don't really have the means to do what you did with your tech company.
Yeah, I see where you're coming. I agree and disagree. Like I agree to a point in terms of maybe the reliance, but not the diversification. Like,
yeah, I'm purely talking about the reliance.
Yeah,
not the diversification.
Yeah, if you're talking about the reliance being on like Twitch and stuff, yes, 100%. And like, it's already sort of been established. And first of all, having an agnostic entity, like there's no motivation there. Like, you know, Twitch and YouTube and everything, those all sprang up because they're industries. Like they are facilitating what, like you said, hey, we make streaming really easy and we have all these tools you can use and this is the cut we're going to take. And you're like, all right, well, then I don't have to do it myself. So yeah, there's motivation to make those tools and to make stuff like that. YouTube coming out with their clips thing, that functionality, right? Like it's another thing that makes their platform more appealing and easier so that people don't have to worry about it and they want to be on YouTube.
Yeah, it very often boils down to convenience for a lot of people, and like myself included. I will
and that's actually touching on the diversification part. Sorry, I cut you off. I'll let you finish, but I'll lead into that afterwards.
I'll go for it.
you didn't have anything?
Like I would probably be one of the reasons I switched from Streamlabs to Stream Elements was convenience factor, and having less open and less moving parts in one singular like apparatus, like having slobs open, or this was before slobs, I think, where you had to have their chatbot on your computer and open, and then a bunch of other things running and all these text files and things. And with this, or with Stream Elements, it's like, all right, I have OBS and like OBS Studio, and then an OBS Live plugin that feeds into everything, and everything else is handled off site through the Stream Elements website. But it was just more convenient for me. That's why I made the switch.
Right.
And that and Song Request.
Yeah, and so in terms of, hell, I mean, even like just I guess creating content in general, also diversification, like, and this might be, I don't mean this to be inflammatory, but it might be just by its nature. But a lot of the time people don't want to put in the work. Like content creation and streaming and that kind of stuff, like it's work. Yeah. If you're trying to do it as an income stream, like I'm not talking about like a hobbyist or someone who's just like, yeah, I go live when I feel like and whatever, I just play games with friends and stuff. If you're looking to have it be your income, it's hard.
Yeah.
And getting that recognition, building that following and that kind of thing, it's tough. And it's like, you know, it's like what you don't see of the artists, for example, right? A lot of the time you don't see all of the art that they make to get better and better and better at their craft, right? They put something up. I mean, some of them do. Some of them will be like, hey, here's my process, right? Like they show you things that they're attempting and that kind of stuff. But a lot of the time you just see the end product. You see beautiful artwork on something and you think, wow, I could never be that good. You know, they worked at it for years. And so why should content creation be any different? I don't know. The people that assume are like, like you were saying, for the convenience, right? Like they just want to go live and grow really fast. Or they at least, at the very least, they have the self-reflection to wonder like, why am I not growing or as quick as I want? Or they think it'll just be some quick, and it's like, well, it's still work. You still have to work at it.
Yeah, I think there are a bunch of factors. It's something similar, or one of them is something similar to what Clavier said. It's like people are hit with the harsh reality of it. They don't realize going into it that it's work, and it's also not like it being work is one thing, but it's also not a gimme. There's nothing.
You constantly get that. Sorry to cut you off. The whole like, oh, you stream games for a living. That must be nice. Playing games and just, you know. And it's like, that's maybe that feeds into people thinking like, oh yeah, I'll just tip my camera and go live and play games, and like people eat that shit up. It's like, but everyone's doing that.
Yeah, you are not guaranteed success at any. Well, I don't want to say anything. You like some jobs are. I think that's part of it. Like people, they work at I don't know, a library. They go in, they do their work, they get paid, they have salary. You don't really have that with Twitch. And a lot of people who don't really, like, you aren't familiar with that world, don't realize how it works when, like, going into it. Streaming is work. And it's not all... there are a bunch of different factors that contribute to someone being successful at it. It's work, it's luck, it's nepotism, it's a bunch. But the through factor is it's the work, and there's still no guarantee.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
People are used to having that certainty, having that guarantee of being successful at what, like successful in the sense of being able to make a living, not necessarily bringing in the numbers, but that is such an inherent part of being successful on Twitch that they just expect it right out the gate. Have to show up every day, even on a bad day. I have to go to that. If I had well, I think it's no surprise to anyone that this past year has been rough for like for people in general, but for me personally, just with everything that's happened both in the world and in the like streaming community as a whole, and then my personal streaming communities, it's been a lot. So, and to say that I have wanted to go to work every day, that would be a lie. But to do it, like it's necessary to do because I need to make an income.
There's also some guilt associated, I think, just because it's like, it is a community, as we've talked about, right? So it's like, if you don't feel like you want to go live that day or that kind of thing, it's like, oh, but I'm letting my community down. You know what I mean? Like, yes, it's your job and income, but there's also the human component in there, right? It's like, oh, like people, like you want to take care of yourself, but you're also like, oh, but I'm also maybe a good space for people to hang out. Like people enjoy that, or, you know, an outlet for people to come and just like taking a load off themselves. And so you can have some guilt worked in where you're like, shit.
Yeah, there's a, it's weird because there's a like an assumed responsibility from the creator, and there's also, and I don't want any of you to think I'm talking about any of you specifically, but generally I think there's a pretty hefty importance placed on artists and creators and how dare, but like on artists, on actors, on anybody who makes art or media, especially nowadays, people rely on it so much, and I think rightly so. It's a way to escape. It's a way to take your mind off of things. Like that isn't lost on creators, and that's definitely not lost on consumers. So it's a weird blend of wanting to be there, like be part of it and be be in it for the sake of being in it and being in it for the sake of others.
Yeah. This relates because they just messaged, but I think like Clavier's for us. I want to ask if you guys feel like there's this pervasive mentality in creator industries where if you take a break that's too long, you will fade into obscurity and lose your followers. I think it's a push and pull. Like, I think, like, yes, I would say there's definitely that mentality. Like, that's, and not everyone. I'm just saying in general, like, yes, I have spoken with people. Yes, that is a mentality that does happen.
Yeah, that I can think of a couple of creators who I very I empathize with them entirely. I'm not going to name any names, but there are a couple of creators that I follow, a couple of streamers who talk about that often, like publicly on like Twitter and other social media, about how that's such a like an antagonizing force on their mentality, on their career. They feel like they can't really take the time they need, or they have to meet whatever quota. They're very much attuned to the numbers, and it does a number on their mental health. For me personally, I haven't really, I don't take breaks. Like I don't really, when I could, I didn't, because I wanted to be there. When like I have far less chances for that now, and I don't see myself as that's not really something that I can afford to do. So that's never really been in the cards. Like I hadn't even considered that for myself until Clavier's posed the question.
Well, and that's where I was saying it's kind of the push and pull too, right? Because like, I think it can be true and not true depending on your community. There's a lot of factors that goes into that, right? Like, some people do build up communities, entire communities around, let's say, one game, right? And if it's the gameplay that people are there for, if you take a big enough break, they might just go.
Yeah.
If it's the streamer, they might not. If they're there for the personality and the person behind the game, the gameplay or tutorials, that kind of thing, then they might. Or if that's just the kind of thing you fostered where people, but again, even that, like it's not even moving on sometimes, right? Where it's just like, if you stop streaming and you were gone for like 8 months, 9 months, a year, whatever, right? Is it to say that they've moved on if they're like, okay, well, I still enjoy watching streams, so rather than not watch anyone for a year, and then they get tuned into someone else, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's moving on in a way, but it's also like, but you know what I'm saying? Like you left for a year, so so that's the thing where it can be a push and pull. Like, you shouldn't maybe feel pressured that like, oh no, if I don't stream every day, if like if I take a week off, that's it, everyone's gonna leave, you know, like that kind of stuff. You kind of foster that community, right? You put trust in your community that they're there for you if that's the kind of thing you want to build up.
Yeah.
You shouldn't feel, I don't think anyone, if you point blank asked your community, you know, like if you needed to, for example, if you're like, hey guys, do you mind, I need a week. I don't think people would, no, fuck you, how dare you, you know, like, they're going to give you that time. So, but sometimes it's not about that. To your point, if financially you're like, hey, well, this is my job, and like when people show up and they sub or they support me or this and that, like I need that to live. Everyone's at different spots and how they kind of do things. So I don't know. I think that answer changes depending on the person.
Who you ask, yeah.
Yeah, and exactly, and who you ask. Some people feel like they can't take a single day off. Others are like, hey, you know, I can do that. And I mean, some of that, it's, again, I'm hammering this point, but like, I truly believe it. Some of it is the privilege you have if, like, again, if you are diversified, it's like, well, or not even that, but just like, let me pose this question to you, Snake.
All right.
If you could have ways where you didn't have people subscribing and stuff to you, would you take that? Like if you could just say, okay, you're going to get by on, you know, I don't know, writing this product and selling it, or you're going to get by instead of having people sub to you, would that be appealing?
In this hypothetical, do I do that instead of streaming, just wholesale?
No, you don't have to. Like you can stream and have the thing, have the product or whatever it is.
That's tough. Like my ideal would be something like it would be a combination of both. Like I would, because I don't dislike streaming by any means.
And it's not streaming. It's the fact that people essentially support you, like tip, you know, but I don't, whatever, right?
Yeah, like if I could remove that component and also still provide the same content and also be fine, then yeah, I'd do that because it would save people money. Like the people that are watching.
That's kind of ultimately what I'm getting at, right? Because if I could, I would do it in an instant.
Yeah.
I don't want, and I realize the equation. I realize that a lot of the time, like with this content creation, like this is the way you do it. But I'm looking at things much like the computer business, where I'm like, I would eventually, like, I'm not even at the point where, you know, even if everyone in my chat sub to me every month, you know, that doesn't pay my bills. But if I'm to that point, I will always be looking for ways to essentially diversify that out such that, you know, I don't want to be reliant on people. And when I say that, maybe it sounds callous, but what I'm actually saying when I say that is, I don't want my bills to be paid for, hey, can you give me some money this month, viewer? Because maybe you can't. You know, like if all of my income is reliant on a bunch of people being like, hey, can I sub to Shae this month? It's like, I don't want that. I want everyone to have, I want to provide content to everyone regardless of their situation and what they're like. I want what I do to have nothing to do with other people. And so that's where, and some of it is ways where it's not reliant on people at all. That's why I'm more open to things like, for example, like YouTube sponsorships and stuff. Like we all hate that, you know, like when your favorite YouTuber's like, and anyway, that's a good segue to say this is sponsored by, but if that allows them to provide you the, I don't know, if you're looking at their channel for tutorials on your favorite game, or you just like them for funny skits that they do or something like that, right? If taking a sponsorship with that, like NordVPN or something like that, allows them to provide you that content for free where you don't have to support them, that's why I'm more open to stuff like that. Or, you know, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Or some semi-reliant, I'll call it, right? Where, yes, like you say, okay, like you sell merch. I said, what if you sold a thing? Like you wrote it and then you sold it. And then you would say, oh, well, that's still reliant on people. Like someone's still buying that product then, right? But if you have multiple where it's like some people are subbing to you, you know, you're selling merch, you're selling a product, all this stuff. Well, now you're to a point where, again, like, even if a significant portion of people stop subbing to you, that's fine. Like you're not reliant on that to do you're essentially what you do and whatever that is. Like for you, I've known you long enough, and hell, you've straight up told me like your passion is right. You're a writer. That's what you want to do. That's what you do, and that's where you feel most comfortable. And like I've been involved in games you run as a DM. I've read your stuff. What is it, Tumblr? I've got that in a link somewhere. It's in my bookmarks for Chrome. I have a site that you're on, that you've done some writing. And it's good stuff. But that's what I mean, right? Whether you get paid for selling merch because your writing was awesome and like you have certain characters that people want, or whether it's this D&D world you're creating that we're all going to run around in and people can do a Patreon for it, or it's people subbing. I think everyone, if they can get to a point where you can just provide that, and it doesn't really matter what people do. You know, like if a handful or like even a bunch of people, this happened to you with Cry, right? And it hurt, but it didn't kill you. It didn't, you weren't like, I have to stop streaming now, everyone, and go and, you know, get a traditional 9 to 5 because I just can't pay my bills now.
Yeah, there's
Sorry, I know I've said a lot. I don't mean to ramble on, so I'm just gonna shut up for a second or two.
No, you're good. There are a couple of things that I'm trying to figure out exactly which order to address them. But yeah, like I said before, saying this on Twitch is laughable, I think, but when I started this, I didn't really do it for money to begin with. It's always like, that's always been, even when I did it for did it for a living, even when it became my job back in 2014, it was, what I made was enough to where I didn't really have to worry about, like, I didn't do it for, it was secondary because I didn't have to worry about it. So everything I've done up to this point has been with that in mind. Like I don't really like to do sub-only stuff. I'm only now, like I'm doing actively the MGS marathon thing for the 7-year anniversary of this stream, specifically because I'm trying to move. Like that's like I don't really have any other. I'm working. Like, yeah, I'm still trying to put out what I've always put out without changing anything. But there's also like, I am very much
it's
aware
a balance.
that, yeah, it's
a balance between, some people go too much one way, right? Where they're like, I don't like any sort of promotion at all. Like, but they're still trying to make it their job. And it's like, well, how can you make it your job if you don't promote yourself or if you don't do anything, right? But then on the other hand, you have other people who go too far, right? Where they're just like, you know, hey, do you like my overlay? Buy a spot on my overlay. You know what I mean? Like, just everything is monetized. And it's very clear that it's like, you know, and in a bad way. So yeah, there's the balance between, there's nothing wrong with promoting yourself. I mean, you got to do that. But on the same end, like, I admire the way that you kind of use that lens to look at things, right? Where you apply it and you go, okay, like what benefit does this give my community? Is this the right thing to be doing?
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's good.
In regard to the like the sponsorship stuff and like brand deals and all that, I saw this was not a day ago, maybe like within the last 24 hours I watched this video. There's a tech review. He's one of the larger tech reviewers on YouTube. Mr. Who's the Boss, I think, is the handle. Videos are the algorithm got me, and I clicked the phone review and then just clicked around. But the video that I clicked on that I'm talking about is specifically about sponsorships and like content creators, tech reviewers, all that stuff, and how they have to make a living to make the best possible content for at least his approach to it. And it's one that it's basically mine, where it's like you have your ad revenue for whatever, for YouTube specific, like it's mostly ad revenue based. There are now other ways to monetize. Like you have, like, I forget what they call the creator spaces on YouTube. But like you pay however much a month and you get access to exclusive content on I think they call it YouTube Spaces or something like that.
Are you talking about the memberships?
All right, is that what it is?
Essentially they're like subs like Twitch, like wherein you have tiers, but unlike Twitch with YouTube, you can set them. Like you can say like I have a tier that's $5, I have a tier that's $13.50 if you wanted. Like you can do that.
Yeah, I thought there was also another I thought there was a way to also gate content as well.
I believe you can. Like I think, but it's still called memberships. Like you can build more into the memberships than you can with Twitch. But yes, you can. Yeah, you can lock what Asian guy's saying. You can lock like videos and streams and stuff from people. So you could technically create like courses and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. That stuff does exist. This person was very much against using those things because he didn't want to be reliant on them. Like I don't really want to be reliant on them. Few sponsorships where you get a decent amount of money to do something that like the way he does it, and it's the way that I do things. Take sponsorships that he for like products and reviews and things, or not reviews. He specifically doesn't do sponsored reviews, but for things he would normally make a video on anyway. And likewise, when I do sponsored content here, I try to make it for things that I would normally try out anyway.
Yeah.
And in turn,
sorry.
In turn, like that, taking those makes me just a little bit more able to not really have to worry about it and do everything as normal. That's why I don't bother too much with it's that balance. I hate self-promotion for like me personally, not in general. I feel awkward about it all the time, so I don't really do it too much. And not having to worry about that through like sponsorships and everything else is the ideal. And it's not something that I really all of that to say, sponsorships as a thing shouldn't be something that it shouldn't be something that you as a creator should shy away from if you have the opportunity. I would definitely recommend vetting them, like it's my stance on ads. I hate ads because you can't really curate them on your channel. There's nothing to prevent them from showing an ad on a product that I am strongly opposed.
Right. Yeah, but I agree with your style. I mean, it's something where like I did as a very first sponsorship. You remember that Viking game, and the pitch there was that I could be honest about it and that kind of stuff, right? So I'm like, okay, and but make no mistake, it was one of those like mobile games where it was like, hey, get 10 people to try our game tutorial and like sign up or whatever, right? And I'm sure eventually it was the whole like it was like, you can buy bags of gold for X amount of money, right? So I asked my community and they were like, yeah, like, hey, if you're getting paid for it, go for it, right? So we did it as just a fun, like, we literally went through it. Like, we didn't make fun of it, I'll say, because, like, I can be honest, but I didn't want to be rude. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I didn't want to be like, fuck this. But, like, we ran through it one night. It was like, yeah, it was fine. But it was also something where I'm like, I would not personally download and play this game, right? So it was something where I'm not even going to address that. I'm sure you saw. It was something where...
Sorry, all I saw was someone talking about McDonald's. I don't get it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did that sponsorship. I just, like yesterday, got another one from Stream Elements being like, hey, new sponsorship. And they had teased like a couple, like, oh, we might do a major hardware sponsorship. And I'm like, now that I'd be interested in. Like legit, like fully, like if they were like, oh, major hardware, even if they were like, oh, you know, like a Razer mouse or like, you know, some sort of AMD processor, something, you know, I'd be like, yeah, I'd review that. Like I'm all about that tech. I would want to know these things myself. So that kind of feeds into your point. But instead, when I opened it, it was another game that was very similar. It was a mobile, and I was like, nah, see, I already did that, and like, it was fine, but it didn't feel like it aligned with me, you know? Whereas, other side, I played that game, and I really liked that game. And they had a big update that they were excited about, where they added like seeds, where you could type in a seed, and like you could rename people, and like all this stuff. So they reached out to me and they were like, hey, we're doing a big update and we noticed you've streamed it recently. Do you want to do like a key giveaway? And I jumped on that shit. I was like, hell yeah. Like, I love your game, you know? That wasn't really a me getting paid thing. It was just like you said, where it kind of aligns with who you are and you're like, yeah, I played and liked your game. Of course I want to do a giveaway where, you know, my viewers can kind of be excited and I could be excited, and then we toss a free game at someone.
Yeah, that's the ideal, when it aligns with your content and your views. I get, not everybody has the, like, not everybody even gets the option of like gets the offer for these things, which is Twitch made an effort to sort of, I don't want to say even that playing field, because it'll never really be even, just with the way the system works. The bounty board.
Yeah.
And that is a thing where you can...
Is that a thing still?
It's still there. I don't know if it's available. Like, I don't know exactly who it's available to. I know it's available to partners.
Maybe that's it. And maybe it's just because it's partners. You've talked about that a few times on stream, and I'm always like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, that's...
Yeah, the bounty board is a thing, and they all, like... There have been times I may actually start doing, well, I'll vet it more, because I haven't, I rarely look at it. But every now and then it'll be like, watch this minute commercial for however much, like however many dozens of dollars. But I don't really want to show a commercial for something I don't really care about, or something I don't want to support, so I need to vet it. But things like that I think are typically fine. But there's also a lot of like mobile games. I don't want to call them schlot, because I think that does a disservice to developers who make games for mobile.
I've got a lot of people in my community. I won't say a lot, but like they have talked in my community, and I'm sure there's people in yours. Like they follow. They're like, yeah, I play gacha games. Like I give my dollars to get, and they know they don't need to. But some people do enjoy that. They're like, yeah, I want the fucking capsule to open up and to get my ultra legendary whatever character. Like, that's what they want to do. It's like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Let's see, so funny thing about Raid Shadow Legends.
Sorry, because you've told me this before, not to cut in, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to do that. I've still got my headset on, and Annika needs me, I think, for dinner things, so... I will be back. Please proceed with Raid. Wait, I can do better. I'll be back. Please proceed with Raid Shadow Legends.
So, I have told Shae part of this. I've told him half of this. During, oh God, it had to be like 2 days after all the cry stuff went down. I was supposed to do a Raid Shadow Legends thing with like through Stream Elements, and I had to decline. Like everything was basically a done deal. But I was at my parents' doing laundry as everything, like not as everything was going down, but like in that handful of days, I was at my parents' half conscious on the floor in their basement doing laundry on my phone, like talking to the Stream Elements people in Discord, telling them that I have to decline because it's just there was no way I was gonna do a Raid Shadow Legend stream during all of that shit. Like that no, that wasn't happening. Not great. Jump forward to nowish, where they approached me again, and I'm like, I'll listen to your pitch. I'll see what you're offering. This was days before all the Arcadum.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I had to come back. I'm just about to shred some cheese for dinner. I'm hearing all this on my headset, and yeah. I'm sorry. I laugh, man. They fucking contact you, and you're like, I have to decline. For you see someone, and they're like, are you kidding me? You're making this shit up. They're like, man, you used that excuse. Your grandma died twice, did she? And you're like, no, people are just shitty.
Yeah. It's not Raid Shadow Legends specifically. It's Dream Elements reaching out through, or like that's usually how it works. There's usually a third party involved, especially with like mobile games these days. It's weird. It is an omen. I should have known. But I really don't think it's going to be something that I do. I gave them the I feel weird about like not hearing them out, at least, if only because I am part of their I think they call it like their dream team. But I don't think I'm going to do it. Just because I've never really been interested in the game, and from what I've seen of it, I don't think it would really be for me anyway. I forget what they call it. They sent me like a jacket and everything with a handle on it. A couple of years back, I did a tweet about it. The Avengers of Gaming. God. I mean, no, they were understanding, I guess. They were kind of confused. So like I basically said this probably wouldn't be the best time for me to be doing this, and it probably wouldn't be the best time to get eyes on it from me. And they're like, "Are you sure? Do you need help with anything?" I'm like, "No, it's fine." I mean, it wasn't fine, but it was something. The jacket does not have sparkles. There, Azrael. I appreciate you saying so, Rick. Does that'll oh boy. That is not a time I ever want to revisit. Rather, that is not something I wish on anyone, and I don't want to, like, the fact that this shit keeps happening. Like, there are some people who have gone through it, like you, like viewers, people who are fans of Cry and Arcadum, that you've gone through this sort of thing twice. There's specifically people involved in the Arcadum thing, like directly involved in the Arcadum thing, who have gone through this twice. And it, just by virtue of being in the same sphere as other streamers like Ragged, there's so much that keeps happening, and I hate that it keeps happening. Yo, this shit 8 goddamn times, yeah. I'm angry about it, Claviers. So I understand the urge to.
Yeah.
All we can really do, though, is try to support each other as best we can, which is something that is it's happening and should continue to happen with the artists and creators that were tied to Verum in the living world. So if you can support them, if you at all care to, I definitely encourage that.
I'm going to put out one more link that I have. It was the hate raid stuff. I just wanted to get it out there. But not, even though we're kind of talking about a bunch of different things.
Do it. Also,
that is a really good site for, it's basically like a repository for like what to do before, during, and after a hate raid, and like a bunch of tools, a bunch of resources, all sorts of stuff. It's really good. Sidetrack anything?
no, you're good. I was just gonna say to Asian guy that I am like, it's there.
What? Oh. Yeah,
Right,
Snake's
is
really
more
good at not showing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's I don't see any like, speaking personally, I don't see any. There's only so much good that me ranting about it in front of however many people are here can do. I'd rather focus on just giving people a chance to sort of get away from it, to grow from it.
Mm. And we were talking about that before stream too, right? Where it's just like you could add one more voice to Twitter being like, fuck that guy, but it's also like it's better for the people who are actually affected by it to say their piece, and other people like you're related to it by having played with him, and you did a podcast and everything, yeah?
Yeah, for a short time.
Yeah. And I'm not related at all. Like, I'm related because I knew you were in those games, and I think, asked once if I could get into one of his games. Other than that, I'm not related at all. So the people being affected and stuff, and having them say what they need to say is a lot better. It does spark discussion, though.
You're very kind, Leo. I'm glad you still create. Like, there. That's really all I can ask for. Just to put it simply, inspiring people to create is like, that is a high point of doing anything in public.
Yeah, it's like, it's very humbling, but it also gets you pumped. For me, at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like it's humbling, but it also makes you want to create more.
Yeah, it makes you feel good. You're like, hell yeah, you know. You're like, that is continually, for me at least, like the flip flop of the kind of thing where like I want to create spaces where people like laugh or they smile or they're like, hey, I like coming around, or like, look at this thing I made, like. And you're like, people come around for me? Like they come around for the community and like basically the thing that you build. But then on the other hand, if they then they're like, oh, I created this, or I was inspired to do that, or like I really just like being heard, or this or that, you're like, hell yeah. Like that's a large chunk of why you do it.
I also would like to see a bunch, well, not a bunch, but enough comments about the various shitty behaviors in the various communities. And for those of you that stuck around through it all, I honestly don't really, like, there are no words strong enough to thank you, because it's none of this stuff is easy to deal with for anyone, and you definitely didn't have to. So thank you.
Yeah, boy, there are a couple of links that I can toss. That'll give you some good information on the raids, and there's a tool that'll allow you to block known crappy accounts. Hope that helps.
I appreciate you, Duke.
I'm also now eating like one of the worst things. I'm on the stream and I'm eating pasta. I'm eating spaghetti. Good point, he said to Snake, slurping a large amount of spaghetti into his face as the sauce and everything rebounds off my chin.
That's why you have a pop filter, right?
I mean, yeah, that'll help with the... But it won't help people looking at it happening to me live.
Well, it'll also protect the mic. You're fine. It's fine.
Snake's like, see, that's the advantage of no face cam.
I mean, I feel weird about unscrewing my water thing and drinking without muting. I definitely don't eat without muting. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard you do that without muting, but like, no.
I have a big fuck off thermos that has a bunch of, oh, God damn it. Thank you, Chili. Like when I do hydrate without muting, I mostly do the unscrewing thing for effect, so you all know.
So that
I'm
you know
doing
that
it.
he's redeemed it.
Yeah, and then I turn away and then drink.
Oh, I glomp that shit close to the mic, man. Wait, hold on.
Oh, here we go. Get a straw. So fun fact, I was looking into a different bottle that I could get that had, oh God, that was, Jesus Christ. Please stop.
That's with my filters on. You know I redeemed it.
I hated that.
See, I'm not so callous as to belch into my mic after I do that, though. I absolutely could, but I absolutely won't.
Literally, okay, I don't slurp food or water. I do that for a bit. That's different. It's funny.
Thanks, Wrath. 500 bits for showing you my thermos, I guess. Thank you. Sounds like Tarkov slurping. Oh yeah, I've played that game. That's awful.
So yeah, for the just to reiterate, for those of you like Wrath who have done things they shouldn't have, I'm gonna address all those in full after we are done here. Oh Jesus. Thank you, Colonel. And howdy to all of you. I have to say goodnight to Zeppelin. So 1 second.
Snake is a fool and has left you all in my gross ASMR-filled hands. Guess what, guys? Guess what? Guess what? These poor, foolish raiders have just come in at a time when I can make disgusting noises with my cheek.
Please don't.
No, no. You're saying goodnight to Zeppelin. I'm gonna do it.
I've done unnecessary.
I was holding my cheek. Everyone in my chat can confirm. You're lucky your savior came back. Snake's chat.
But yes, hello and thank you. What? That person's on fire. Did chat say good night? Did that happen? Why not, BB? Have a good night plan. And thank you.
Take it easy, plant. I was like rolling up a hose. Listen, Ducky. This is my stream. I'll slurp spaghetti however the hell I want. Inefficient or not. You want to know? You want to know part of the reason that I probably inefficiently slomp spaghetti?
Why is that?
So spaghetti, one of my favorite dishes, is very simple. It's white spaghetti. It's literally just like, you know, Campbell's mushroom soup?
Sure.
I hate mushrooms, but boy, the taste of that. So you take meatballs and marinate them in a sauce of that soup. And then you pour that sauce with the meatballs and everything over your spaghetti. And that's white spaghetti. And that was like my favorite dinner growing up. Like, every birthday I would ask for that dinner. But like I said, growing up when I was very small. So my mom, bless her soul, my mom used to cut up my spaghetti pieces. Like, she would take a fork and a knife, and when she was preparing my birthday sketty, she would like run the knife through the fork, you know what I mean? Like several times around the plate, and would cut up my spaghetti so it wasn't very long pieces of spaghetti. It was just little bite-sized manageable chunks. So my birthday sketty would be very managed because my mom's a sweetheart. Because she knew her boy couldn't twirl it? Yeah, maybe. So anyway, so I didn't get a lot of twirl practice growing up.
I see.
It's the dumbest story ever. That was so lighthearted and stupid.
I'm still, it's not a thing. I don't know if it's a thing generally. It's not a thing with my family, the whole birthday dinner thing, though.
Let's ask the community. We'll get some data. Did y'all ever have a thing where for your birthday, you would get what you wanted for dinner? My family had a thing where it doesn't matter whose birthday it was. It could have been my 72-year-old grandpa or whatever. When it was your birthday, you got to pick the meal.
I'm seeing a lot of yeses.
Yeah. I won't say I'm surprised, but like, usually when I ask chat questions between something with me and you always win. Like, almost universally, people are like, no, Shae, that's fucking weird. We're with Snake on this one. Like,
yeah, I don't really.
But I think birthday din is I suspected that would be a lot of yes.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's just something that we've never done. It's usually just a bunch of presents and then ice cream and cake.
Yeah. Did you get to pick the cake at least?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say no, and I was quickly gonna say, oh, your family fucking hated you. Like,
No, we had a bunch of preferences for flavors among us, so it was like I am not a fan of chocolate cake or chocolate. I'm not a fan of that much chocolate in general. So I would never have that. I would usually get like a strawberry cake or yellow or vanilla cake. And I believe my sister would get chocolate. I want to say my brother would get like a marble or something. My mother would always make it from like a Eddie Crocker box, but still.
yeah, still.
Yeah.
My mom made birthday brownie for me.
Solid.
And see, okay, another question. Is it weird to have icing on brownie? Because growing up, my mom would make a brownie, and it was like, the brownie batter and everything. But then she would put a chocolate icing, like the brownie had icing. So growing up, I always assumed that brownie just had icing. Like, to me, that was brownie.
I wouldn't say it's weird, but it is too much for me.
Oh, it wasn't for me. I'm a fucking animal.
I've seen it before. I've definitely seen it before, but every time I do, I'm just like, no, thank you.
Yeah. And see, again, my mom's a sweetheart, so she'd do shit every year, right? Like one year she made me a train out of Reese's Pieces. Reese's Pieces the train, and then for the wheels, she used Reese's Pieces, like the buttercups. Yeah.
Delicious.
Chocolate icing brownie is a little weird if it's just like normal icing. See, she made it was a chocolate icing, but she made it from scratch, and I would lick the spoon. Thank you, Annika. That makes sense. I appreciate. I was thinking that in my head, so I appreciate that you did that.
How dare.
Sure thing, Leo. There. Yeah, Annika made cheesecake for my last birthday. Oh, she's a sweetheart.
Oreo brownie sounds like a mistake.
Huh.
More for you, Azrael. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Behind the smile. Is that by choice, PB?
So Annika changed the name to like chill chatting stream because it seems like that's what we're doing now. Is there anything else you wanted to mention or say on any of the topics we talked about? Want to move into? I'm not prompting you. Like you don't have to.
Yeah.
I just
probably just reiteration of you may see, I may do this myself. You may see creators shifting away from Twitch when it comes to means of support. Try to keep an open mind in that regard, because it's when it comes to trying to take a stand against the bullshit, we have options, but they can be limiting and they can also be detrimental if they don't really catch on. But the goal should just be supporting each other generally. Because like Twitch isn't at the moment gonna make those stickers. I need to commission some stuff.
Snake stole what you said on your stream earlier. What did he steal?
Whatever it is, I'm not giving it back. What is Twitch doing? So it's what Twitch isn't doing, really. For a while now, people have been getting hate rated and hate botted. People in marginalized communities on Twitch, predominantly, but not exclusively. And Twitch's response has been less than ideal, especially considering some people get hit every day. So as a means of response, the community has banded together to take various courses of action against, or as a means of boycott. Part of that is taking a day off Twitch, which is happening today, right now. I opted for a different approach, which is what we're doing here. We're taking the chance, using the platform to talk about it on the platform where it's happening, to like just exactly what happened. Like someone came in who didn't know, so we now have a chance to put that out there. There are multiple fronts for this boycott, and it's as I understand it, it's ongoing. This isn't just going to be a one-off thing, or at least that's what I've been led to believe. So if you at all care to support creators, do so in whatever way you feel comfortable with. Yeah, that's basically all I got. We've been through a lot of the stuff multiple times at this point.
Yeah. We wanted to catch people too that might not have come in right at the start, right? Yeah, we've been going for 2.5 hours or more.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like that long.
If you wanted to throw out some or the links again, just for.
Oh yeah, I'll just do that as like the people are just coming in now as we kind of end the conversation. First off, this is a really good website for just information on like what you can do before, during, and after a hate raid. And this is a great tool by a known like good person in the community, Commander Root. It is a tool that'll allow you to add people to your Twitch block list en masse. Like they have a like add known bad bots option. There's like 450,000 bad actor bots running around Twitch. More than that, in fact. But That's a curated list that will help you out with that. The next 2 links are going to be for an extension, also by Commander Root. This blocks for Firefox first, and then for Google Chrome. That blocks the bad extension. It basically disables all Twitch extensions except the ones that you allow. And how that will help you is there's been a thing going around where if you just click on and view someone's profile, like even if you click on their name to then ban them, they can use a bad extension and grab your IP address. So that'll help you stay safe against that. And then finally, I think Leo put it in. There is a change.org petition. I'll toss that up for the hell of it.
As you do that, I would like to point out the comment French onion soup turned Shae on.
I'm sorry?
Apparently, I'm hearing this from a reliable source at that. French onion soup turned you on.
I mean, I love French onion soup. I love going to, and I'm fucking weird. Like, I go to different restaurants and I try and find the best one. And if one bumps it out, then I kind of want that to be the place I go when I want to eat French onion soup or like whatever meals, right? But I'm also incredibly weird even with that. I don't like slimy onions. Like, crispy onions are okay, like onions finely chopped, whatever. But you know when the onions get like slurpy and slimy? I hate it. So, but you need the onions in the French onion soup. You need the onions. Because if you don't have the onions in the French onion soup, it doesn't absorb all those delicious oniony flavors. But they're slimy little bastards in the French onion soup. So, you take the French onion soup, and if you could strain, I mean, if I'm eating it out at the restaurant, I just eat it down to like the onions, and then when I'm like sipping the broth out of the bowl, I just use my teeth as a barrier so I don't get any slimy ass onions in my mouth. However, if you're making it at home, or if you have someone who will make it and is an excellent cook, Annika has done this for me. You make the French onion soup with the onions, and then you strain out the onions, and then she just eats them. She likes onions, but then I don't get the gross ass onions. And that is one of the most neurotic, stupid ass things. But whatever. So then it's just French soup, like C7 said. But it has to be cooked with the onions at first.
I didn't hear a denial. So
I mean, yeah. As much it turns me on as much as any food. Where like, you know, if you get like a really good wing with some nice sauce, you know, or if you just get like a really good French onion soup, you're like, oh fuck, this is so good. Like if it's too salty, like there's a number of things that can go wrong with French onion soup, okay? French onion soup is one of those things where, okay, you can fuck up the cheese. You can fuck up pretty much every part of it. If you just like grate some cheese into a bowl, no, you have to use the specific kind of cheese that stretches over the entirety of the bowl, right? And so there's a little bit of cheese, melty bit on the other side of the bowl. Like, you can't just take regular ass, like, marble cheese and grate some over it and think, like, that's like the poutine without the actual curds, right? Like, you can't do that. That's not, you've made something, but it's not French onion soup. First point. Second point, the bread, right? I've seen people, they'll take, like, croutons or something and they'll just, like, dunk it into the thing. Or, like, you know, they'll take, like, the wrong kinds of bread. You can't do that, all right? The broth, way too salty in some instances, like way too salty. Some people try and make it like cute, you know? They'll be like, oh yeah, we do ours with like a nice brandy or something, right? And it's just like, no, just like, no. You know? So it's so many things. So many overabundance of onions. Those slimy little bastards I was talking about. And like almost the whole soup is onion. Like, no. So yes, French onion soup, if made properly, oh, that is some sexy ass food right there. Okay, I'm done. I went off a little bit there about food. I'm done.
Are you?
Ugh.
How strange. How frustrating. I've been trying to do a thing. It just didn't work. So I won't do the thing. That'll be next time, though. I'll save that. I'll put a pin in that and do it later.
Okay. Take it easy, Yersi. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Have a good night.
Oh, that's another thing.
Sorry.
Robin Tribble just reminded me. So like a really nice chicken sandwich too. Hey, thanks, Ethereal. Following. A really nice a spicy chicken, like a buffalo chicken sandwich, right? Like a nice bun, like something that I'm not as picky over, but like, I don't know, nice something like ciabatta or something like that, right? And then, you know, chicken strips, chicken breast, whatever, tossed in a really good buffalo sauce, you know? So that it's just, I don't like any sandwiches and like food in general that's super dry, like unless it's meant to be. But like a dry sandwich with no sauces or no nothing, nah. But like, yeah, just a really good buffalo chicken sandwich with sweet potato fries and chipotle mayo for dipping the sweet potato fries in. It's such a good combination. The sweet potato fries, they gotta be a little crispy. They're like really floppy, kind of like wet sweet potato fries. No. But the ones that have a little bit of crisp, a nice little crunch to them. Oh, damn. Wait, what happened? Annika just died laughing, and I feel like something happened.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I finished my rant, and your chat exploded, and Annika burst into laughter 2 rooms away. So I'm like, what'd I say? What happened?
I don't really know what.
Oh, fuck you. You've been ratted on.
Betrayal.
Hey! You wound me up about this. You did this on purpose. You mentioned this sexy French onion soup. It's not my fault I like to eat good food. And food that I consider good. You know, a chicken strip, a tendy, a fingy, that could be just as good as some crazy thing you spend 5 hours on. Like, good food is good food. If it tastes damn good or it's done the way you like it, man, that's some good shit. You could be the king of grilled cheese or whatever. If there's a way you like to do it. Some people use mayonnaise. That came up just last week, Sig? Some people have like they're like, oh, instead of using like margarine or butter or whatever, use mayonnaise and then grill it. Hey, fuck, if that's how you like it and you make like the best grilled cheese you've ever tasted, you enjoy that grilled cheese, person, fictional character I made up.
I mean, I can't say you're wrong.
I don't understand. I don't understand I don't understand why I wind up so much. Like I can't help myself. I'm just going. I'm passionate about things. And it's nothing. It's literally nothing, but I like whatever.
I mean, hey, some things just get you going. I feel like that should be an ad, or rather like a tagline for something.
See?
Adult Snickers.
But the serious conversation we had, I specifically did not want to get going. To go back to serious for half a second, I did slow myself. I could have been just as passionate and just as fucking going about the stuff we were talking about, and I specifically didn't feel that would be, because it would just be you've just been sitting here being an asshole on your stream. You know what I mean?
I mean, that would have been a very different energy to bring to that yet, but I also have no issue. Like,
yeah, I know you don't mind this. I know. I'm just saying, like, specifically for that conversation. I didn't just want to be like, and another thing, fuck that D&D guy. Like, no. I don't think that would have been as conducive.
Yeah.
But in this wholesome food stream, I can 100% tell you how I feel about things. Oh, like homemade cheesecake? Like homemade cheesecake. So you go to a restaurant, right? And you know the restaurants, like they all charge you for their desserts like $6.95, $7.95, $8.95, whatever, right? But if you bring me the cheesecake, that's just like, and Canadians will know, if you bring me the cheesecake, that's just like President's Choice, normal New York style cheesecake, and you've just sliced me off a piece, like the magic isn't there. I know you paid $6 for that cheesecake, and then you're charging me $6.99 for a single slice, right? Like, don't do that. Like, the people who either make their own or have partnered with people who make their own, like, and there you go, support another local business. They bring in like desserts from a local person, or they make their own themselves, and like a nice cheesecake, like homemade. It's got just the right mix of like, wow. People know what I'm talking about when I make that noise. Like, you put it in your, and it's like, it's not stupid wet and stupid, but it's not like dry. It's like that perfect combination of cheese where it's like, you know, it's that cheesecake. And then sometimes they'll dress it up with little shit, right? Like drizzle a bit of blueberry on it, or like any of the, it's so good.
I honestly haven't had the last time I had like exceptional cheesecake, I think, was Seattle.
You missing out, boy.
Cheesecake is, I've had a cheesecake since, it just hasn't been exceptional. Don't die, PP.
See, so, damn it.
Trouble?
I'm eating and I'm overexciting myself.
Just proving Annika right, huh?
Back to brownie, okay? So brownie, very easy thing to tell based on your preferences. Chocolate chip cookies, same thing. Some people like really soft chocolate chip cookies. Some people like really crunchy chocolate chip cookies. Some people like a little bit in the middle. Some people like tons of chip bits, you know, like brownie. Some people like that crumbly, dry brownie. Those people are wrong. But some people like that, right? And then other people, like, they want like a really moist brownie. Some people like it, like they love the icing on it. Warm brownie, you know, when a restaurant serves you and like the brownie's heated up and then they put some ice cream over top of it, so you get like that warm, cool explosion. Oh, it's so good. But that's what I'm saying. It's everyone's got their preference, and you know when the place brings it out, when the restaurant brings it out, like if you're into like a really moist dessert and you order the brownie and you're expecting like a nice moist brownie, you know, maybe it's warmed up, a little bit of the, and they bring you that like crumbly brownie and it's all dry and shit, you're like, I've made a mistake. I don't know why I ordered the brownie tonight. This is fun. But if they bring you the right brownie, the one that you're like, oh, hell yeah, then you know that the $8 you spent was well worth it. Even though you could technically make it at home, you could go buy it from the store. No. This restaurant brought you exactly what you wanted. You didn't have to do a damn thing.
It speaks to the not necessarily the quality of although the two can go hand in hand, but I guess how much the restaurant cares about certain food by the well, I guess it is a quality thing. But like if I get a dry, basically like a box brownie from a restaurant, I know that they probably don't care too much about dessert. And that probably extends to the rest of their food. Even if something is very good, like, it's not entirely, like chefs have specialties, and they're just some things that they have to have, like desserts. So they just
phone it in.
Or
yeah, that's fair enough. I've also seen it where restaurants will they'll have like 4 desserts you can pick from, right? And like 3 of them are box, but then they have one that they're like, no, we make this one. Like, that's, I often ask, you know, the waiter or waitress, like I just say like, hey, is there one you'd recommend? Or I ask things like that. I'll say like, oh, is the cheesecake, like, is it like homemade? And they're usually happy to tell me, because you will find things like that where they're like, oh yeah, we like the brownies box, but like, oh, we make the cake ourselves though. It's like, well, I'm getting the fucking cake then.
Yeah, one thing that God, how long has it been since I've eaten at a restaurant? Oh God. But one thing I do like to ask is, what would you order to the server because they usually have insight, even if they're cheeky about it and they don't want to say too much. They know what's good and what's bad.
But then do you feel obligated to order that thing?
Not obligated, but I often don't really care. Like if I ask that, I'm looking for a suggestion.
That's fair enough. See, I get in trouble sometimes with Annika for that. Like when we just went out, restaurant had like 4 desserts, right? And I was having a hard time because it was literally like cheesecake, chocolate cake, brownie, apple crumble, right? And apple crumble's really the only thing that I'm like, yeah, like it's good. I'll eat it, but it's not something I'm not like, oh hell yeah, apple crumble, right? So the other 3, I was like, nice. So I asked, and of course she said she loved the apple crumble and would recommend the apple crumble, and I was like, oh okay, interesting. Yeah, I think I'll go with the brownie, like whatever, right? I think I went with the chocolate cake, and she leaves, and Annika's like, so you asked her, and then just blatantly rolled over what she recommended, and I was like, man, fucking. Like that's not. I should have said of these 3, so more fool me, I suppose.
Yeah. You could have even been like, well, I'm not really.
I did. That's what got me in trouble because I said something like, I was like, oh, apple crumble's not really my thing, and I think Annika said something because she was like, so she told you her favorite thing, and you said that's gross, and like obviously I didn't say it like that. See, she's setting it up in my chat. Oh, hey, what do you like? Oh, I love the ice cream. Oh, that's cool. I want the brownie. Also, fuck you.
What do you love so I can eat it? What is it you cherish most? God, I forget their fucking Advent Children Sephiroth quote. Will you give me the pleasure of taking it from you? Is that it? I think that's it. Something to that effect. The point is, Shae is evil.
Why am I evil?
Well, you clearly like shitting on waitstaff.
Excuse me?
That's the only thing I can take from this.
Uh-huh.
That's not true.
Yeah, I do feel bad about certain things. Like if you come into a place and you're like 10 minutes to close or something like that, I'm like, oh God. Like, I don't like that.
Yeah, I always feel bad about that. I do it only when I'm left with like basically the alternative of not eating.
Yeah. Oh man. I was also going to say that this is micro to like my situation in Montreal. I'm trying to find bad food. And specifically what I mean is I'm trying to find shitty Canadianized chicken balls, like, the Chinese food, massive air quotes. That's just the fried chicken balls with the sweet and sour sauce that's red, that's just like loaded with terribleness. I've had a craving, and I keep going to Chinese restaurants. I keep ordering through like Skip and whatever, and they say sweet and sour chicken, like all that. And what I get is this big wholesome tub of like, it's got the like sort of sour sauce, but then it's like broccoli and like chopped up veggies and chicken and like pieces of chicken, and like sometimes they're not even deep fried, and like all this stuff, and I'm like, I just want my goddamn fried chicken balls with the terrible red sauce. I don't want actual good for me broccoli in a bowl. So I need to find, and I thought like the first couple of times I was like, well, maybe I just like, went to an authentic by accident Chinese, but like I need to find a an Americanized Chinese food, but I can't find any in Montreal. I've been to like 3 places now.
Rick, does he wants his white spaghetti, not this good food? It's funny. I have or the remnants of an order of General Tso's chicken next to me that I had for lunch/dinner, and I grabbed with when I was out with my mother earlier today, which I told you the story of the idiot in the Chinese restaurant.
Yes, yeah.
But I did not tell you all. So I placed the order. I'm waiting in line. There was a guy ahead of me. He had placed his order. He didn't call ahead like I did. So he had been waiting for a bit. Like he was just standing and waiting when I got there. So I basically had to order around him because he wouldn't move. And I do so, and then I wait, and then he gets his food, and he goes and sits down and starts eating. There's this older guy, like 60s, 70s, in like the booth across the aisle from him, who's also waiting on his food. And I didn't hear exactly what he said, but he mentioned, like, basically, I can only imagine that he asked something like, "Have you found Jesus Christ?" Because the guy flipped out and is like, "Don't start talking to me about Jesus," and started yelling at him and swearing. And it was a whole thing, and it was escalating. And the staff there were getting annoyed, and they're like, excuse me, sir, you can't eat here. And he was basically like, "No, fuck you," and he started swearing at them. And it's like, "Well, you should have told me that before I sat down and started eating." And all of them just very calmly pointed to the sign next to him that said, "No dine-in." We're basically like, we're observing COVID protocols. So he kept swearing and threatened to throw the food at them. And I thought I was going to have to fight a guy because I was not, I really didn't like where that was going. But he walked out, and everything was okay. And I said to the people as I let, like, "I'm so sorry," and told the guy who he was swearing at to have a nice day, and went the hell home. And all of that was prefaced, or rather, prefaced by something I saw on Twitter before I left. It was an article that was trending, where I forget who wrote it, but it posed the question: are people nicer during COVID?
I mean, I think certain communities have certainly come together.
I think that's...
World at large, though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people can be assholes, generally. And it's only been heightened by the tensions that COVID can bring and have, or has brought. But then there are communities, like online community. But people online can be terrible to each other, granted. But then there are communities like this where people are not that. So I think it's macro versus micro. Work in retail, no, they were not nice. I'm sorry you have to deal with that.
Lord of Cakes used to live in Montreal. He about to hook me up with some shitty chicken balls. Hell yeah.
Lord of Cakes coming through.
I cannot believe they went quiet for a minute or two and then come back and they're like, oh, I found a chicken ball place. Oh, hell yeah. Chat, stop chatting. I have to copy that message.
Yeah, I'm a big dude. Whether or not I have confidence taking on a stranger really depends on how angry I am, because I don't want to hurt people. Oh, that is
Caged,
rude.
you ass.
Caged, why would you ever do such a thing?
I got it though. Oh, this is perfect. This place only has like 3.8 stars. That's great. Some people like it, some people don't. Perfect. Thank you so much. Where do I? Chicken. No. Oh, right. It's not going to be called chicken balls. It's going to be called poulet something. How do I say chicken balls in French? How do I say balls? But like balls in the context of chicken. Boulet de poulet. Is it really boulet de poulet? Does it fucking rhyme?
I hope so.
Bonjour, monsieur. Oh God, God, my French is still so shitty. I'm just gonna simplify it. Bonjour, monsieur. Un boulet de poulet, s'il vous plaît. Enchanté. I mean, my accent is awful, but I'm also not. I do try not to have the I don't actually give a fuck about French Ontarian accent, like when I'm actually trying to speak. Like if I'm like, you know, if I'm trying to actually speak and I'm trying to be like, you know, j'apprends le français, donc mon vocabulaire est très mal. Like I try a little bit, so I'm not like je suis Napoleon. Annika's bonking me with my own mic.
It sounds deserved.
Boule de poulet.
Just a side update. I have roughly 362,000 users to add to the block list remaining.
How much? 300 and whatever?
361,500.
Yeah, I've got 358,000. He did say he's like it might take all day. Like I can't, because there's also a I forget what they call it, the tech shit. They restrict it. Like he can't just take the whole list of 300 and whatever and just enter it into Twitch. It will not allow him to do this. So it has to go at a constant rate, but a slow enough rate that it doesn't get flagged, essentially.
Yeah. Block list for the very like known bot accounts on Twitch to maybe try to stem the tide of bullshit.
Lord, thank you so much for this.
I was at a Thazy blocking people, and not terribly. I'll figure that shit out or at a time that's not now.
Yeah, I can't find chicken balls either, Lord. They don't technically have to be balls. Like some Chinese places just do like pieces. They're still like deep fried, but they're just like pieces of chicken. And they have that red sweet and sour sauce, right? That's what I'm looking for. I like it when it's in round ball form because like, I don't know, texture thing. But like either one would be fine. I have not tried fish balls.
Orange chicken is different than what he's asking for, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking for, I don't know what sweet and sour would be called in French. Sweet and sour. And I there's no guarantee that if is it Aigre de? Aigre de? I don't know how to pronounce that.
I think Shae would die if he ate anything oyster related.
Yeah, seafood's not really something I enjoy. I've been getting better. I had some sushi that I actually like the taste of pretty recently. But there are certain things that I also don't. I'm a big texture eater. And like, there are certain things that I also don't really want to try. I try to live by my Nan's like, how do you know you don't like it if you never tried it, right? So like, I will try to try anything once, but there's a couple of things like oysters and clam, like stuff like that. And like,
oh, they're not actual.
Lobster and like crab, like the little pinchy boy, the little talon on your plate that you're just supposed to crack open and feast on the ooey gooey. Like, no, thank you. I'm okay. And you know, I have tried crab, like if it's mixed in with, it's kind of like strawberries. I don't like biting into an actual strawberry because there's all the bumpy little seeds on your tongue and everything like that. But I enjoy the taste of strawberries.
Yeah, that is deceptive name.
What?
Rocky Mountain I knew it wasn't, but I just saw oysters and assumed. But yeah, Rocky Mountain oysters are ball testicles.
Oh.
Looks like deep fried.
And evidently fear is not a factor for you.
They are meatballs, that's true.
Same way about bananas. Yeah, that's right. See? It's a thing. All that money, but the taste buds of a toddler? Are you talking about me? I assure you, I don't have much money. So much good food being talked about. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here's another one. So, there is an all-you-can-eat sushi place, which I go to not eat the sushi at. But there's an all-you-can-eat sushi place back in Ontario. And yes, I'm going to tell, you already know, but I'm going to tell people. There's an all-you-can-eat sushi place. And it has, you know, the iPad dining where you just see, comes up on an iPad, there's a menu, you put, you know, I want one of these, and then you send it off to the kitchen, right? There's that. Okay, so there's a lot of places like that. This place has like General Tao chicken, and it's got like chicken skewers, it's got black pepper beef. Those are the things I go for. So like the black pepper beef, oh, it's so good. The General Tao chicken, the sauce because General Tao chicken, the General Tao sauce can taste like a lot of different things, but the way this place does it, so good. But the crowning thing at this restaurant is their wontons. They are wontons. They are like cheese-filled wontons. They're like cream cheese-filled wontons, and they have a bit of that like imitation, you know, like that crab meat or whatever in them. They have that. So that's really good. And they stuff them nice. They aren't just like a pathetic amount of the cheese and everything and then just like batter all over the place, right? Yeah, crab rangoon. Thank you. They have that and they stuff them really nice, but the cherry on top of the sundae is it comes with this sauce. I've talked about it before. Some people know. Some people tried to, is it duck sauce? Is it this? Is it that? We couldn't figure it out. I think it's just a house sauce that they either source from somewhere. I've never had it anywhere else before. It is a yellow sauce. It's yellow and it's sweet. It's almost like an icing. It's almost like a dessert, but it's a sauce though, and it's yellow and it's so good. And dipping that wonton into the sauce and then biting into it and having the cheese and everything burst in your mouth with that sweet, nice sauce. Oh, it's so fucking good. It's so good to the point where it's all you can eat. See, people say duck sauce. You've already tried to help me before, chat. We determined it wasn't duck sauce. I don't know. It wasn't. We can't figure out what it is. I think I'm going to ask them because COVID hit. I haven't been back since. I need to go back. I need to ask them, what is that sauce that is there anywhere that or at least give me a name so I know what it's called. But it's so good. I devour. They come in pairs of 2. And the minute I sit down at that restaurant, I order 6. So I got like 12 of those things. And then I'll have another couple while I'm having like my black pepper beef. And I'll have another couple while I'm having my ice cream for dessert. It is so good. And no other place has done it. There's a couple other places in Ontario that also have the iPad eating. They're like chains. And you go in there and they're the wontons. And you're like, okay, yeah, you got the wontons pretty okay. But they don't have the sauce. They can't give you the sauce. So it doesn't make it. You're getting an inferior version where you're like, hey, this is pretty good. But it would be even greater. This fucking sauce that I absolutely love. And then you go to other places and they've got like cheese wontons, quote unquote. But they're like the shitty triangle ones that I assume must be made from Frozen. They're just shaped in a triangle and they just have like sadness in them. They're hardly stuffed. They're like a puff pastry, a bad puff pastry that has allowed to expire, had sex with a cream cheese bagel or something like that. And it's gross. I don't like it. So anyway, this fucking it's so good. The restaurant is so good. I need to know what that sauce is. I hope they don't go out of business. I need to ask. Describe the sauce to me, Shae. I might know it. It's just like a yellow. I'm gonna type in yum yum sauce because I don't know if people have See, that doesn't look right. The yum yum sauce looks more like an orangish sorta. It is a
yellow translucent
it's
sauce.
a yellow translucent sauce. Yes, it's kind of translucent. It's not opaque. It's like a translucent-ish kind of yellow sauce. It kind of has like almost like, like little bubbles in it. Like not bubbles, but like it's like a sugary, like it's yellow.
Wait, I'm sorry, what color was it?
Shut up, Snake. Yeah. It's like when people are like, you're trying to describe a song and all you can do is be like, it goes ba 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 ba.
I will say though, with all of your ranting and raving about it, it's good. They were very good.
Yeah, they're tasty, right?
Yeah, I understand why you ordered 12 of those right off the bat.
See, I don't know. I just go off about these things. See, I'm not wrong. People are like, yeah, Shae, you just don't describe it like I do. Other people are like, yeah, this like Snake over here. He's like, yeah, that's very tasty. It's good. I'm like fucking going. It's sweet, Alpin. Yes, it's very sweet.
That was an impression. So go to bed, games.
Oh, I can't often do Snake. I try and just get his mannerisms.
How's that going for you?
I mean, I know some of the things you're gonna say before you say them sometimes. Like generally how you're gonna react to something.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's just comes from how long we've you can do that with me in your sleep, I bet.
mean, I'd rather not.
It might be the whatchamacallit, nyok cham sauce. I don't know. Some of the stuff that I'm seeing kind of doesn't look correct. It looks like it's like a darker, and it almost looks like it's got a soy sauce kind of like base. But I have a picture here that I'm trying to link, but I can't link it. Hold on. I'm just gonna paste that to someone so that I can copy the link.
You're doing it through Discord.
Yeah. Like, see, that kind of looks like what I'm talking about. Kinda. Like, the sauce that
buttery.
yeah, the sauce that they serve doesn't really have... It's like that in terms of color, but yes, that's too buttery, and it's too... It's viscous, this sauce. It's like, it wouldn't pour like water. It wouldn't pour like water. It would pour like a syrup kind of thing, you know? And it has a yellow tint like that picture there.
Its viscosity is between that of like a not like an authentic maple syrup, but like a maple syrup and water. It's somewhere between.
Yeah, and it's very sweet, and anyway, I'll just fucking ask them. Because people have been saying in the chat, and they're right, it could be one of the sauces that are named. It could just be how the restaurant prepares it. Like, they could just have a recipe that they go from that ends up being like that. God damn it, Rock.
Creamy tripe is
Who?
concerning to me. I've never had tripe that's creamy.
What is tripe?
Well, you can have different types. The most common one here is cow stomach, I believe.
Huh. I don't think I've ever had that.
It's not something that I eat and prepare myself, but my mother does. So I've had it growing up.
Okay, I think I got all the food stuff out of me. I think I'm done raving.
You didn't go to the bathroom for... Oh, your poop sock. Got it.
What?
Got all the food stuff out of you.
Oh.
Got him. Yeah, did you want to switch over to something a little less, a little less food heavy, and then we play something like
Overcooked?
Oh God, Overcooked, yeah. Rock, why would you do this? Why would you waste 10,000 bags of delicious tomato juice?
Plum sauce is really good too, yeah. Like a good plum sauce. Gotta put that shit. Try plum sauce on mozzarella, like with mozzarella sticks.
Because I had never tried plum sauce, Shae brought to me from Canada.
Oh, yeah! I went to a store and I got a bottle that specifically could make it through TSA.
Yeah.
It was I think the bottle was supposed to be for shampoo. Like, it was a soft bottle and you were supposed to put shampoo in it and like squeeze it out. Like, I put plum sauce in that bottle.
Yeah, you did. And then you handed it to me and then I ate it.
Yeah.
I forget on what.
I just couldn't believe that, like, when you guys eat your chicken tendies, you don't have it with plum sauce. Like, that seems like, I guess it's a Canadian custom. But yeah, it. And then I told you, I think you tried it on matzo sticks, right? That's something that I do. I don't think anyone does that. I mean, people might, but that's not a normal thing. But I dunked a matzo stick in plum sauce one time. Best decision I ever made. Ranch dressing. I could see ranch on chicken strips. I just thought, like, here, it's pretty much a given that you're going to get plum sauce. Like, restaurants advertise chicken strips with plum sauce here.
Yeah, it's not common here. It always comes back to bagged milk. There's no escaping the bagged milk. Which, it's weird, but it's not, there are weirder things.
Yeah, it's Canadian, but it's not even fully Canadian. Like, there are some places in Canada where bagged milk is like, no, we use cartons. Damn, Alpin, you went into it. I'm gonna save all that. I'm gonna look all of those sauces you've just mentioned up later.
Bagged milk in Northwest U.S. I can see that.
Sweetest sauces for tendies in USA is either barbecue or honey mustard. Okay.
For tendies, it's usually, those are less barbecue for tendies. I guess it really depends on where you go, but at like a diner or someplace like that where you would normally encounter tendies, it's usually like honey mustard, ranch, or ketchup. Seldom barbecue.
And you know what? I think I suss out like American chains of restaurants by that. Like you get chicken nuggets or chicken tendies or something like that, right? And you're just like, oh, do you have plum sauce? They're like, did you mean sweet and sour? Like, that's what they want to give me? Like, I'm talking like fast food restaurants and stuff, right? Burger places and this and that. They're just, they think sweet and sour is what I'm asking for. I'm like, no, not sort of, but not really.
Honey mustard is S tier. I agree.
I do like honey mustard.
I had Wingstop not too long ago, like last week or so.
I assume that's a chain wing place.
It is. I liked their fries more than I did their wings.
That sucks. that really doesn't speak well of the restaurant.
Yeah.
Tendies with gravy, Cosmic. That's something I wouldn't. Yeah, that's unique. That's not something I would. Everything that everyone's been saying, like, oh, like barbecue, sweet and sour, honey mustard, all that. I'm like, yeah, I've seen that before. Like, I've seen people do that, or like, yeah, I'd see. But someone just being like, yo, dunk that shit in some gravy. I've never seen that.
Just so I can get a better visual, brown gravy or white gravy?
Do you call white gravy like your chicken-based gravy?
I think so.
Brown gravy being made with a beef base, and like a lighter sort of brown, or like a white quote-unquote gravy being made with a chicken base.
Well, there's...
Or turkey, I suppose. Yeah. My nan would make a nice turkey gravy. Oh, it was so good.
Yeah, I know it to be more of like a flour gravy, but it can be both. I like white gravy with biscuits specifically. It's a breakfast thing. It's very much a diner food. There's a diner here that has decent white gravy and biscuits.
Right. Yeah, I loved it. I love it more than the beef gravy, honestly. My nan made it with the beef gravy. There's actually a couple of different kinds, because like some people make the gravy like, it's basically water. It's like a really dark brown, like water, And then other people make the gravy like lighter, or it's more of like a viscous, like a creamy type gravy. And I'm partial to the second one.
Yeah, I don't like thin sauces.
Yeah, yeah. And she would do the same with the turkey gravy. It was a nice, thick, turkey-based sauce. It was good. I need to get that recipe off my cousin. I think my cousin is the only one who knows the secret. The secret almost died with her, but my cousin has that recipe, I'm pretty sure. So I need to learn.
Start a food blog.
Yeah, okay. White guy rants about shitty unhealthyfoods.com. Yeah, Annika did learn to make a really nice gravy. She makes a vegan gravy that we have with the poutine when she makes it, and it's really tasty. Again, it's like a nice, like, thicker type gravy, and it really doesn't need the meat base at all. It's just wholesome. It's good. What's in the vegan gravy? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What? What did you say? Oh, you said vegans. You're a dumbass. Annika gave the recipe to copy. She may be able to post it. I don't know if it was like a site that she used. I don't know. Annika just brings me magical food, and I love her. But yeah, I think it's like a veggie broth, something. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna toss that in Snake's chat for whoever asked. Oh, okay, Annika did it. Annika tossed that in Snake's chat for whoever wanted it. Yeah, Rock, you got it. That's because it is, Mackenzie Ray. It's fucking mad good. Yeah, that's the thing, Claviers. Like, I'm not vegan either, but it's a really tasty thing that she makes, and like, it's so easy because like Annika doesn't eat meat, so rather than make the two and fuck around and everything, like it's so good and I don't care. Delicious. Fuck. Fuck off, Fire. What is Snake doing? He's been quiet this whole time, and now his chat's dying some more. What heinous things is he doing on camera?
I'm eating my food.
That's pretty heinous. You said that earlier tonight. You're like, I turn away from the mic to slump my water. That's you slomping your water.
That was a Left 4 Dead special infected.
No, this is the real sound. There we go. Ah, you want me to make that cheek noise I was gonna do earlier?
No.
Tell me what you were doing on mic, or I'm gonna... On mic? Tell me what you're doing on cam, or I'm gonna make... I'm so used to you just using your mic. Tell me what you're gonna do on cam, or I'm making the cheek noise.
Was spreading wisdom.
That's not a good enough answer. Okay, I'm doing it. My noise gate is coming off for a minute.
You know what's great about the Go XLR?
What?
I can just mute voice immediately.
Yeah, well... Oh, no, wait, sorry.
You know what's great about the Go XLR?
It's uncanny.
Ha! I saw it from Caged. That came through. Eat my ass. Okay, I'm done with that now.
I was not quick enough on the mute.
Shae, I'll buy a ticket I can't afford, go to you, and kick your left toe. Oh. You almost had it, Cage, but I'm right-footed, you see.
Okay, but he has many toes on the left. You mean like the left moat, the pinky toe? If so, take the shot.
I'm ambitoasterous, so joke's on you.
I gotta go.
Shae, keep in mind it's almost 11 on a Wednesday night. Our neighbors are going to despise you for your weird noises.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh, they
What
got
are the
Snake.
odds?
They got him.
What are the
Yeah,
odds?
they called that before doing it, didn't they?
How?
Did they?
Cairo's the one who pulled the trigger, but or who aimed the gun, not pulled the trigger. But Soviet Chocobo is the one who inquired about my potential demise.
Yeah, so does that mean we can sacrifice him? Then someone did it, and it was you. Yeah, that, damn.
Betrayal by the old ones.
Yeah, that's a good clip moment.
All right. So what's the play here? I assume it's too late to do anything with the buttons and or the clicks.
I mean, we can play something for a little bit. I don't have too terribly long, but we can. It'll obviously mean we'll be winding down a bit. Like this will be. I suggest Aliens because I love that game. But we'll obviously be focused on the game a bit, and we can't interact with people as much and that kind of thing. It will not be as much of a riot.
Hear that? No riots.
I'm not gonna scream with Aliens, Annika. We played it Monday night. It was totally fine.
I may do Gardic Phone in the near future. Lily has been asking to play that as well.
What is that? I feel like this was explained to me, and I was like, oh, you mean this? And then I named it something else, because I don't know it as Gardic Phone.
Telephone, but with drawing. Right?
When you say telephone, do you mean broken telephone?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting.
But I won't start a riot. Not allowed. But yeah, for now, we can do a round of Aliens.
Yeah, just like a mission or something.
This will be the sort of...
Yeah, this is our wind down.
No, no riots. No, stop rioting. Stop it. See, you all just rioted. They had a vote in Shae's chat about whether or not they would. Canada really is nicer.
Did they really? Oh, they did. I was closing my window and door and everything. They did fucking vote on it. It seems like currently they're voting to riot, but they voted.
A very organized riot. It really is. Like, it is not a joke how much nicer Canada is.
Oh, yeah, we just took a little vote, eh? We're here to bang on your cupboards, bud.
Spray it down after. Thanks.
Okay, we don't talk like that except in Ontario. Yeah, where do you think I'm from, eh? You don't think I'm ootin' a boot with one of you boys? Okay, I put a little bit of Newfie into that last one. What the fuck is Newfie? Oh, caged. Night, Annika. Thanks for hanging out and keeping the order.
Don't die, Organica. Also, from Rock, if anyone wants to be my sucrose guardian, I have a dump truck of an ass and loose morals. I mean...
Got him on your way out there, Annika.
That is,
Yeah, Cage, Newfoundland is a province, and they have accents that are they get some good-natured ribbing.
I'm sorry, it's pronounced Newfoundland?
Yeah.
But it's spelled Newfoundland?
No, it's Newfoundland, and they're Newfies. Just like the city is Toronto, not Toronto. I guess it's Toronto if you're not from there.
I mean, Toronto makes sense. Newfoundland from Newfoundland does not.
Yes, it does. Newfoundland. How are you
just
not
confused.
seeing the obvious similarity? It's Newfoundland. It's not Newfoundland. Interest you in some water?
I need to invite you.
Ah, yes. You do.
You all have visual, correct, and audio?
Gotta do the same. Boop. Boop. Come up momentarily. There we go.
Kansas and Arkansas. I hate everything about the name Arkansas. I'm reminded of, was it a Vine? With
Oh, with all the ways the dude says the different things?
No, there's one Vine in particular. Guakish knows. Guakish knows exactly what I'm talking about. And that is one of my favorite Vines.
Can you send me that? I know Vine is kind of defunct, but that's got to exist somewhere.
Yeah, it's on YouTube, I'm sure. Someone was killed in a fist fight for mispronouncing now
Take it easy,
fun
Rock.
loaned. Don't die, Rock.
I think it's that. All right, I'm going to click it, but then immediately... Is it only 15 seconds long? Oh, I mean, obviously, it was a Vine. Okay, I'm going to keep that up for later.
I'm curious, is that something that you can get got over?
Oh, Vine? Because what? Because it's abandonware or something?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's an interesting. I guess if people like on YouTube, probably there's probably some way to get got by the automated system if someone uploaded the same content. But
Yeah, like I don't think Vine's gonna come after me, right?
yeah, it's
All right, I'm playing it then.
So I am confusion. Why is this one Kansas, but this one is not Arkansas? America, explain! Explain! What do you mean in Arkansas? What?
That's good. Oh my god. I am
Where's the
confusion. America, explain. I fucking love that.
That's the simple things.
She's fucking tapping on her screen over and over again. I'm gonna play that again later.
Can't mute this troll. I did it.
Okay.
Yeah, what are we,
I think we're on the Gift of Fire, the last one. Remember, we just found the ship and we're boarding?
yes. What am I? Technician. Oh, this will be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking too. I'm not sure who I want to... I think I'll be Gunner, actually, because I'm trying to get them to rank 5 to open up the middle portion of my grid. God damn it, coffee. Is that a thing now? Damn you all.
This will be what we in the business call a mess. Thank you, Claviers. So
That's the source
played,
of the gravity distortions. We don't know yet what Cynthia's trying to do with it. Who knows what's on that thing or what it can do.
What
Get aboard,
difficulty are we
shut
at?
it down by any means
standard, I
necessary.
think.
Okay.
But I did a mission afterwards, after we did our thing,
Okay.
just to finish out the daily, and I got paired with a random person. I was surprised.
Oh. Shit. I didn't know that was the thing. I'm also activating this. This only works for this mission.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
We can't let Alpha go down.
Alpha's gonna go down.
No, we can actually use medkits on him, and I fucking will. I want this XP.
Oh, okay. I should have been medic.
You should have been medic.
English is a very stupid language. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go for it. I'm really tired.
Cynthia's final orders were to prepare Asset Zero, the alien ship, for activation.
Oh my.
Activated for what?
Yeah, thinking about it, you should have been medic.
Get aboard and stop it.
Aw. Whatever. Wouldn't be the first time I wasted a challenge guard. He went on the run for 37 years after that altercation? Oh my god.
That's impressive. The stamina.
On his deathbed in 1912, he admitted to his crime, but then he got better and had to go on the run again?
Dangerous?
Only if opened. We couldn't dent the casing.
We're in danger.
What?
Incoming!
Well,
What is that?
Good?
Yeah.
Guess pathogen mutations of some native
See
life
all
form.
these capsules?
Yeah.
They're filled with bad.
Yeah, but they're not open, so it's fine.
Well. Huh. That's creepy.
Are those...
Oh, hey, look, people. Take the shot.
You could have just. Oh God. We've
There's a
already
lot
done
of
this,
them.
haven't you?
Doc, I
Say again?
really hope that wasn't nobody you knew.
Have you done this one yet?
Yes, absolutely.
I
Gotcha.
didn't know. The company never told us about this place.
There's more! Pivot to engage!
This is the last one I have done. Currently.
I saw my controller plugged in. Never mind. We're gonna have a turret for this.
Yeah, yep, you definitely do. Oh god, the little ones are what's gonna make Alpha go down. Ow.
That's what I said.
Secure. The alien ship should be just ahead.
Alpha, no.
Let me see with yourself.
Alpha, no. Come this way, you fool. You foolish fool.
Alpha's being a hero.
Need him to bypass damage.
Welcome back, Angel with the shotgun. That was rude.
Oh, that's a lot more. Now they're dead.
Wow. Had to rub it in. I'm helping.
Yeah, they were dead. Throws it after.
Earth? Fuck.
Alpha is having an interesting time.
He's to get his ass over here. He better not go down. Look at how large they were.
What the f...
They're very tall.
Hold
You mind if I
steady.
test something?
Sure.
Merely a scan.
For
No friendly
what?
fire.
Yeah, we're on standard.
Insufficient
Alpha's
data.
just stupid.
But it appears you
Yep.
passed.
Alright, how can we stop this thing? Options, people.
Cynthia's remnants are likely
Oh!
to have a control center.
Yes. A lot.
I fixed it.
Okay. There's a mod. You can mod this and have it be okay.
I thought that'd be like cheating or whatever.
Pathogen
Thought that would
chiggers,
not be
lots
allowed.
of them.
I got the ones on the right here. You want to get the ones on the left?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Let's shut this thing down, Fireteam.
We have
Check your doors and
names.
corners.
Can tell, huh? Game apparently has no protection. Interesting.
They'll add it, I'm sure, at some point. Especially if they're ever going to do like a versus. God, that last one took me 3 shots. Oh.
Grabbing ammo.
What do you want to join, Chili? Idea would be something Ken designed. That could work for this, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm gonna heal Alpha.
Okay.
Guess
Red
the mutants
Queen
don't
map
like
back when?
sense.
No. I'm not going back.
Might you access that one's short-term memory?
A. Oh, did you? Okay.
Lines out. More
Was I
pathogen.
not supposed to?
No, it's fine. Putting a couple things down. All good.
Movement.
Uh-oh.
Can't lock it.
Cloak thing.
Shoot it.
A Leon.
Shoot it, Mar.
Where'd it go?
Patching up.
Administering. I want to go down. There we go.
I'm gonna deploy
Here
that
they
again.
come. You got a turret, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Is a lot.
Where are they going?
Up, up, and around. You got those?
I mean, I guess, but
Oh my god, you did not have those.
that's fine.
Is it? We're being overrun.
No, we're good.
I mean, Alpha's not good.
That's fine. Now we're being overrun.
Still coming.
All right.
Synth memory intact. Extracting navigation data.
The Leon Stalker. That was native life.
Aid kits here.
Big cat with chameleon abilities. Watch for the shimmer. They blend, but not perfectly.
Take it easy, Alpin.
Jesus.
Take care, Alpin.
Wayland moved all the pathogen here.
I'll let you know if I find out
Storage.
what that other
For
is.
transport to labs in the core. Hijo de puta.
Placer
I know
beast,
an ammo
basically.
magazine when I see one.
Hey, a cache.
Oh.
Did you ever pick up Returnal?
Pick up what?
Returnal.
Oh.
This room reminded me of Returnal.
Analysis complete. The synths are working from a location
More
on the
calm.
upper levels.
Yeah, there's a ping. I just forget to use it.
Alpha, please.
Alpha's a wheel of business called broken.
Okay. Oh, no, more.
Cynthia left a hologram on in here.
Oh, Cynthia.
Movement from the sides.
Side movement. Movement, if you will.
I will not. I'm surrounded.
Yep.
Oh, they have a leap attack. How? Wait.
Alpha, why? Why? Why would you... What are you doing? No, that's fine. I'll just babysit him.
I don't like this twin hand cannon yet. Mostly because if I aim for the head, it's a one-hit kill. And then the second shot just misses.
Put him down.
Oh, okay.
Watch the ceiling.
You're alone in there. I was feeling left behind us.
Oh, okay.
I'm better. Oh yeah, I like this game a lot. We've been playing it fairly regularly.
Yeah.
It's fun. I can only hope for more content as it progresses.
Alpha, I'm gonna need you to bypassing damage.
There is an open synthetic near field.
Don't die,
far
Kate.
edge of the room.
Take it easy, Cage. You dick. All in good fun. Good night.
Mierda, Cynthia's
Yeah,
team
he healed. Good.
cannibalized one of their own.
Likely necessary to
Ow.
interface with this instrumentality.
How are we handling this?
Strangely similar to Warframe without the frames. Oh, we're just gonna hold.
The exit to the control room
You've
has
got
been
the.
sealed.
You've got the thing.
through
Yeah,
quantum
that.
encryption.
Got more passaging. Clear them out.
Oh, Alpha.
How did he just take like a quarter of his health?
By hitting,
Running into the enemy.
by hitting their fists and feet with his face.
My God, that's a lot.
It is.
God. Oh, he's gonna go down. We have to get to him. God damn it. Challenge failed. I was saving that one specifically for... I should have waited for 3 humans.
Patching up.
The door in
Oh, we have
question
a
is
lot of
for
time.
legs. There are other synthetics nearby. If one has
of
an
time?
intact memory core, I
To
may be
pick
able
people
to
up on
reconstruct the cipher.
standard.
Oh, yeah, it's like 2 minutes.
Got one of Honecker's Leons in there.
Big boy coming in.
Yep. It's dead.
Not dead enough.
Hey, boys. Spent all day moving into your dorm? Ah. How you liking it?
This one is intact.
How'd it go, the move?
Stand by.
Pathogen coming from
You have a
topside.
roommate. Do you hate them yet?
Exhausted? That makes sense.
Now,
Now he heals.
so yeah, now that the pressure's off.
Roommate's
Got
really nice.
nervous.
That's good.
Yeah, it's good. Alpha just teleported, I think.
Yeah, he did. Me?
I can't believe how many have been infected.
Oh, okay. So you just met her today? Calm mode.
Yeah. Hiding is Alpha sandbagging.
I missed.
Unmiss. Have a good night, Rictus.
Lurk on for a bit, Rictus. Have a good night.
Whoa. S, is this something we can mess with?
Oh yeah, that's good voice.
No, the controls are locked.
Get us to whatever passes for engineering. We'll take out the power, stop it from lifting off.
I just want to say, if you could not blow the ship up,
The files from the synthetic call this room Vitality Oven to grow.
Great.
Idiomatically, energy capacitors.
Ready to fight in the Vitality Oven, Snake?
Not especially.
Sound of that room. Why not?
Kids here.
Access the control instrumentality.
I'm sure it's a fun room.
Okay.
I was excited about this handgun too.
Sentry deployed.
Oh. Okay.
Nah.
Oh.
What I can do with it, I can do with the regular hand cannon.
Sentry deployed.
You know when you're
Do
ready.
you have any?
Sentry deployed.
Sure, why not? I'm prepared.
Yeah, you would think, Angel.
On the ceiling, the same capacitors we encountered
Shoot
in the
those.
previous section. Disable the enzymatic fuel cells.
And then continue
I see.
shooting.
70% reduction in power flow. There must be more capacitors.
I mean,
Got those other two.
Get the ones on the left. Stalker.
Ow.
From all over.
Let's just kill this guy.
Slowed 50%.
You got it.
There we go.
See any more?
Okay, now we gotta get it to the other side of the room.
There is another instrumentality at the far end.
But Alpha, he needs us.
Oh, fuck him. He could fall down and die. He's already ruined our mission.
He's trying.
Trying to get on my nerves.
Enter the sequence. Phone. Protective. Withdraw.
Okay, shoot those.
Yes, you did it. 2 more just dropped.
Oh.
2 more. Well, 3 more, technically.
Build-up rate reduced
Now the
to
central one.
16%. The final capacitor is in the center on the floor.
There's another
Oh, God.
stalker in there.
There's a stalker.
You're not wrong.
He just ruined my life.
Rebooting.
Eye on me.
Rebooting.
It's ruining mine, too.
Ow.
He returns.
Yeah, we could just leave.
Not
This is
believe
important to
the
me.
enemy ship will fly again.
Oh no.
We'll keep
Is
a
it?
garrison aboard anyway.
Yes.
Things have
Okay, but he's dead now.
Just our luck if it heals itself, too.
Patching up.
When you return, please turn in your uniform.
Achievement
We may learn
unlocked. The
something
gift
from
of
the path of
fire.
bloodstains.
People brought their own routers. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, a tasty XP.
He's got a grenade launcher.
Oh, yeah, that one.
He'll turn to Alpha and cry, "Save us." And Alpha will look down and whisper, "No." I used to have that entire Rorschach monologue memorized.
If you've got a Wayland Yutani, is it legal? I mean, if it's illegal, I can get no problem. But if it's legal, I'll need you to file requisition form 1348 or 1348 Mike. You can grab those off.
The leveling.
You know, I like that mission name. That's a good one.
What?
The only way to be sure. It's a
Oh.
reference to the line.
Good. Start that one.
What are we doing? Oh, you want to get your shit.
I mean, yeah. More.
Gotcha.
I've forgotten that there's melee in this. Just
Excuse me? Oh, yeah.
never gets used. Ever.
Yeah.
If I'm desperate enough that I'm meleeing, I've done something wrong. Hell, if I pull out this sidearm, I've done something wrong. It's good talking with you, that one Asian guy. Have a good
Asian
evening.
guy.
Gonna activate another challenge card, and you're gonna love it, and we're gonna win.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. This gotta be this. There's no easy way to do this.
Hmm?
Try and do, did a bunch of shit.
Good, yeah.
Yo, I read
Oh.
you. Let me check what I've got in the back
Pardon?
channel.
Nothing.
Do I care about? I don't think I care about the other thing.
Yeah, you can rotate mods, Swift. Yes. Press D and rotate them vertically or horizontally.
Oh, there's a redo button. I didn't realize that. Yeah, this is fine for now.
Yeah, mods rotate too. I don't know. Ask Pyra.
All right.
I should be able to see them better now, Snake. I can
Why is
see.
that?
I can fight.
I see.
You do. Okay, I would suggest you activate a challenge
This
card
is a big
that
one,
helps
Fire
us.
Team. The Katanga Xeno Hive must be destroyed. We stop the spread here. Blue team will
I'm
advance
gonna
ahead of you and rig
activate
the refinery for self-destruct.
this.
You'll follow and keep their path to safety open.
Doesn't it only activate one?
I don't think so. Does it?
Well, we've tried it before, yeah? Chooses one randomly. Okay.
Oh, does it? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
then I'm not going to use
Alright.
mine.
Yeah, get rid of yours then. I thought people could just pile them on. Thanks, Pyra.
Refinery is operating at steady frequency. Reconfirm orbital velocity for vector
More
match.
bots.
Okay, yeah.
Take care, Zero Knight. Thank you for
Is he
popping
knight?
in. Or Zero Knights. Multiple Knights.
89
You
of
fit
them.
them all.
Good last mission. Or anything?
A fire team from 3rd Platoon has point and is moving ahead of us. Their call sign is blue. We'll keep the sentry guns up so they can get out again.
Is this the...
Oh god, we don't even have aiming reticle. Like,
No, we don't.
oh fuck. Well, I don't need it for my shotgun, but okay.
Xeno Swarm, focus on the sentry guns.
Okay. Snake, you didn't focus on the sentry gun. It gave you one job, man.
Oh, we got this.
We could have activated them in unison.
Nah.
Make sure you're counting your ammo.
Nope.
I can do it for the shotgun, actually.
Should have brought an automatic.
Yeah. He using like a sniper or like a battle rifle.
Yeah.
Haha, you're screwed.
What the hell?
Uh-oh.
Oh, God. I don't know how much that did.
Yep. We can't see their health or anything. The specials health. So when like warriors and shit show up, we won't be able to know.
Synth activity. Give me a sit rep, Molina.
Yeah, lots over here too. Mostly labor models, some security. We're continuing in.
We also
Watch our ass.
don't know when they're gonna show up.
Oh yeah, no HUD or no minimap.
There are some behind us, though.
Okay. Got the ones in front of us. Oh!
Oh, no.
Decks are packed with synths, like a goddamn robot carnival.
There is no evidence of higher level organization. With Cynthia offline, they have no direction.
Oh! Help!
Working on it. I'm a doctor. Hold on.
Oh, are you? Doctor me up.
Oops. Hey, you stay out, Alpha. Wait, no, the radius is bigger. Never mind.
Was that it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Uh-oh.
Problem not using. You're right. He really isn't using the scope. That's silly. Take care, Eric.
Herrera, we're
Easy,
dodging the
Eric.
doors behind us. We got hit by pursuing
I'm
Sin.
very upset with you.
Understood, Molina. We'll clear them for
Oh, God. Something's attacking me again.
Why is Alpha?
What? There was nothing on him. Fucking dramatics, man. You know, just wants a smooch. Yeah, he could take it back, thanks.
They're gonna try to rush. Press them back.
Since... Okay, I'm moving in.
Was having a hard time. I got an achievement. Improvised explosives.
Alpha just showing up at work. Okay.
Oh, shit. Thanks, Alpha.
Ow, what the fuck? How did you get behind me? My teammates are there.
Trying to snipe is miserable.
Fireteam, spike a console for me. Esther, I want you to lock down all doors to forward and aft of our route.
My network intrusion.
Let me.
Expect a counterattack.
8 kits here.
Oh, I forgot I had bonus health.
Right.
Grabbing ammo.
That's true.
And I get it every time I take damage.
Grabbing ammo.
I wonder how much health I have.
More than
I'm
us.
gonna heal Alpha. Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, he probably healed himself.
Did you do the thing?
Sure did.
Oh, okay.
Give the lady time
They
to
came
work,
from
Fireteam.
behind.
Sentry deployed.
He's using a challenge card that removes the HUD.
Yeah.
That Synth just said that is disrespectful, which, I mean, it's not wrong.
Oh my god, someone just blew up something on me.
There was a barrel right below you.
Yeah, I don't know how much damage that did, but I'm gonna hazard a lot.
I'm sure it's fine.
Worker boys. Oh, explodey boys. Left.
Priority target. Take out that flamethrower.
Oh, a
Flamethrower.
flamethrower.
Good.
Ow. Shoot the flamethrower's tank.
Yep. Ow, I'm on fire.
Quit bragging.
Is it the shoes? Welcome back
Oh.
next time.
Oh, I got hit again.
Heads up. Another flamethrower.
Shield. bad feeling in that leg.
Oh my god. I'm so injured. Uh-oh, I accidentally jumped down.
Yeah, you did.
That was... Oh, I'm down. Just gonna crawl back up. Okay, Alpha's being a fucking champ. I think I've got like 750 health now.
Actually, well, I guess that's fine. Oops.
Break out a torch. That's the door Blue Fireteam welded.
Yeah, Amethyst, it's okay. Like, we're making do.
Old.
Rearming.
I got you.
What? Why did you heal me with the ability then and then do that?
So I could refill it.
Oh, okay. We done here? Yes.
Yes.
I'm good.
This game on console? I don't know, actually. I'd hope so. It's a good game.
Huh. I was like, huh, actual Xenos. Those are new.
Prowler.
The next defense line's just ahead. Let's get Blue Fireteam that cover.
Oh! Help!
Sentry guns are dry on the outside.
Help!
Fill them up.
Yeah, I'm...
Dealing with your own, I guess.
I mean, I was shooting yours, and then I got by mine. It is. It plays rather well. Excellent.
Nice. That's good.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ground. Better run. It did. It ran so far and so fast.
Yeah, we kicked its ass. My ability's done now. I feel like there'd be loot in this room. Like,
Ash.
yeah. Where is it?
I appreciate the roar first.
The fuck?
Behind us.
There he is. I think he left again.
Got one look at Alpha and booked it. Here it comes. Never mind.
Oh, he had like no health.
Yeah. I hate the Tokyo Drift so much.
Throws off your aim. Oh. Oh, go to the left or the right. Go to something.
Oh, hold on. We're still...
Cheeky bastard.
Still got...
Grabbing ammo.
Are you good, Alpha?
No. Okay, go to one of the other turrets. Do we rally on in here? Go, 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 go.
Hook those puppies up.
Done.
Yeah.
Massive bugs heading your way.
Go.
I knew it.
Ow? What the? These turrets are not doing much work.
Not really.
Watch top side.
We're watching. Oh dear. also. Take it easy, dog boy.
Have a good night, dog boy.
Root for us. Uh-oh, Prowler. Okay.
Rearming.
Got a good amount of them.
Armored bot incoming!
A warrior?
Sounds like.
Oh, yeah, here he is. Ability going up.
Oh dear. Hey,
He's dead.
Area secure.
Hell yeah. That's smoother.
Fireteam, how are you doing?
Busy Herrera!
thought the area was secure.
Assaults. 2 Marines injured. 1 severely.
Any more? Looking at the chest.
Yeah.
Rearming.
Yes, Logan. The game is very fun.
I would say it's a solid time. It feels fun to play. We have a challenge card that eliminates the HUD, so you can't really see that. But it plays well. It sounds decent. Has decent progression and a bunch of options. Classes also feel like they matter.
All alpha.
You're at our outer defense perimeter.
Docking. Nice.
Then come!
Oh, he fucking flew. Yeah, there's co-op campaign mode, and then there's like an endless survival mode after you finish the campaign.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it says it on the, like when you're looking at the missions. Horde mode, basically.
Where's that spitter?
I don't know, but if you could kill it.
Left.
Army, you're coming in hot!
Oh shit. Oh.
Wouldn't it suck if my healing
Healed him?
Yeah.
S, I want to lock down this whole damn tower.
I would need access to the damage
Yeah, I'd say it's
control
worth it. It's pizza. It's definitely worth its price tag.
Welcome back.
Stop, it doesn't even work on you. All the healing stuff. Ow?
Yeah, I healed him with a med kit earlier, and he humored me. He's just like, thanks.
Oh, there's a thingy over here.
When you say a thingy.
Intel. The desk.
Oh.
Yeah, same Amethyst. Just adding more, like, campaign maps and stuff. Absolutely. Seems like they could expand on that, no problem.
You're crossing to Lacassi Tower.
Oh, we got
Enemy territory.
prowlers.
We have lost contact.
Just the one prowler.
Oh, there is going to be a season pass for this. Okay.
Listen.
See, I'd probably pick that up.
Careful, there's a prowler nearby.
Yep. Right behind that box like a nut.
Eggs. Please stay clear.
Oh, good. Eggs.
You read? Give me a sit rep.
There's a lot behind us. And Alpha is just shooting at the fucking door.
Double time, people.
He's showing them the exit.
So,
Something's here. Oh, there it is. I feel like we should shoot these eggs. I don't know if they're set design or like actually a problem, but my
there's something we can destroy with or for a challenge or something.
Oh, okay.
Or the dailies had it at one point.
Right.
So they'll come up at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, my alien knowledge tells me shoot those.
Shoot the eggs, yeah. I mean, what are the eggs going to do to Alpha?
Uh-oh.
That combat roll.
Squonk.
Think Alpha's okay?
He'll be fine. See? Just fine.
Have reached the outer hive.
Ooh, we reached the outer hive.
Oh no.
Oh, snaky fool. That was a face hugger.
It was.
Suffering from the rain, Cairo. I hope. Oh, basement flooding. I hope it stops.
Oh
For you.
no.
Cash.
Keep tight. Don't let them catch
No.
nobody alone. Damage
Jesus
control room
Christ.
just ahead. That's what Esther needs.
I'm not even really aiming. I'm just kind of firing my gun into this hole.
Fire gun into Alpha.
Okay. Oh. Well, that settles that question.
What's that? Oh.
I'm injured. Someone's injured. Probably me. Guess his healing didn't do much.
Oh my. I'm also out of ammo on my hand cannon.
Hopefully we're almost at a dot. It seems like this is like, ooh, big scary descent.
Let's lock this shithole down. Esther, you're in charge now.
Ammo.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Here.
Please install a wireless repeater on that console. That will allow me to override the system.
Grabbing
You?
ammo.
This is certain to rouse idle xenomorphs.
8 kids here. Grabbing ammo.
It's a bit of an open room.
Was that necessary?
Blew pretty good.
Lines out.
Careful.
Oh, there's another thing here.
You're running right past eggs.
Oh, well, you're protecting me.
Rearming.
Why is this so close to the other one?
I feel like this is a two-parter room. Probably the end.
Yeah.
Pass out. Good night, Pyra. I think we're at the end ourselves.
No time is
Yeah.
spare.
Thanks for helping out tonight with the bad actors. Have a good one. Okay. I'm gonna do this and then let's go. I don't know if we're gonna have to do like a running retreat that way or what.
And I'm gonna put one up here.
Initiating door overrides. Subdeck 5 through deck 35.
Tracking a drone.
Drone coming in.
Where? Oh. Oh, he threw me aside. Oh, you killed it? Good. My drone is dying. Or my turret is dying over there. It's distracting them, but it's dying.
Ow. It is not my birthday.
Spinnerbox, don't sit still.
Hey, leave that alone. You too, Spitter.
The walls are so organic. Yeah, they're nice and florped. You're right.
I don't like any of what you just said.
Ow, we're kind of getting overrun here.
No, we're fine. It's fine. Spitter is being a jerk, though. Never mind.
Doors sealed and locked. I need you to access
okay.
the HVAC system now.
Oh, fuck. I appreciate that
Lights out.
Alpha does not trigger the facehuggers.
Yeah.
Facehuggers are probably one of my favorite like horror enemies.
Thank you.
Hold still.
Isolate the air ducts by deck.
Objectively makes it sound like you're just coming down here to fix the AC or something. Yes. This whole time we're actually just HVAC professionals. We take our job very seriously. Your turret went down?
Did it?
Yep.
How embarrassing.
Like the one all the way back tower. Yeah.
How embarrassing.
Oh, I think that's a warrior.
There he is. Leave that alone.
Free range, fair trade, organic walls.
All sub-levels have been isolated. Maintain vigilance.
Drone out.
Ducts sealed up to deck 15. You are well.
The ones that just, like, hang from the ceiling when you kill them.
Sergeant, I see a very large signal.
Oh, that's new.
Goddamn truck.
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
Yeah, we've fought that before.
That massive... It's like a warrior, but beefed up.
Yeah, we fought it before. I forget what it's called.
You survived such an encounter.
Guardian, apparently. Is that not what we fought in the other mission?
No,
Or we
you're
had to
thinking...
circle around the room?
You're thinking of the big thing that kind of ran on 4 legs. Like the one that had a big head and it was...
Yeah.
No. No,
Okay.
that thing was like a... It was like a cross between what you're thinking of and a warrior.
I see.
All ducts
A
sealed.
crusher is what I'm thinking of,
Crossing
yeah.
tower is
Well,
isolated.
he's dead now.
We got new orders. It's on us to find Blue Fireteam and extract them, if
Oh,
possible.
this is the end. Cool.
Make sure you got a full kit. Be ready for swarms, eggs, and trucks with teeth.
Hell yeah. Maybe that's
I got
sweet XP.
Hello, new hand cannon.
Oh, yeah, yeah, really?
Yeah. How did I have 66% accuracy?
I don't know. What did I got? 35.1. Give me them kills though.
$66.6.
Devilishly good aim. Facehugger's insta down? Damn.
Is it? Oh. You know, I respect that. It should be that.
Huh. I got a rangefinder optic. Replace ADS with a full scope that displays the distance to your target. That's neat. Makes it into a first person.
You know what? I'm doing that one.
That.
Extended flash hider. Triggers small thermal explosion on weak point hit with a sniper rifle. So I'm doing that. So I got a new sight. I don't know if I want to change that because of the weak point damage. I'm not. Well, let's... I don't know. This is just a better hand cannon.
Oh?
Like pretty much in every way except physical. It is a wolf, and also a reload time. It's better than the hand cannon or the Kramer.
I mean that's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna use this.
Okay. Well, I got my level up and my new stuff equipped, but I am gonna call it here.
Yeah, I'm also going to call it and throw you all at someone if you don't mind. I don't know who's doing what, but let's try to show someone some support and some love.
Yeah, I'll follow you on that. I'm gonna bounce pretty soon after, so I'm hesitant, but I'll do it.
I do recommend this game, yeah. It's a good time music runner.
Yeah, definitely music.
Alright. Actually, I need to go through all the subs and things that I missed, so you may, if you're going to...
Yeah, let's head out then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in here in the chat, everyone. And participating.
It really, like to say it means a lot. Could be an understatement. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you all have a good night.
And you as well.
Disconnected.
Disconnected.
Take it easy, community. You are very kind, very good people. I hope you have a good night.